Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? My name's Charlie. I am a sci-fi fantasy writer and a podcaster, and well, let's be honest, mostly a fantasy writer nowadays. This is going to be a stream like I have been promising to do for a really long time. That's just going to be the chatty chat, because when I do my writing sprints, it seems like all everybody wants to do is the chatty chat. So we're going to be doing the chatty chat today. And I am not alone. The wonderful Tessa is here. And if anybody else would like to be up here on the screen with me, just let me know and I will send you a link. But first of all, let's get started the way this really needs to. I've had a day, y'all. So I'm having a cider. We were out of the ones that I wanted, so I've got the Woodchuck Amber because I wanted a cider. So yeah, it's gonna be one of those. Hello, Facebook user. Before I say hello to many other people in the chat, for Facebook to show me what you are saying, there are instructions that should be on the screen where you have to give StreamYard permission to show yourself to me. And the instructions should be on your screen or in the link that I provided, because I would love to know which of yous it is, so we can have the chats. Alrighty, so I need to... Tessa, why don't you introduce yourself to the people while I figure stuff out?
Hi, my name is Tessa. I'm a longtime blogger. I've been blogging almost 10 years now. I have 3 active blogs. Well, the old one has my old original stories on it, but my new one is www.tessadeanauthor.com, and that's where I'm putting my new writing. I am currently writing a thriller as part of my NaNoWriMo project for this past July, and I'm still working on that. I have posted many articles, nonfiction, on a bipolar blog. So I am not published in the traditional sense, but I have published articles.
I don't know if you missed anything on that, but I feels.
And I have a YouTube channel. That's Tessa Dean.
Tessa should be listed. I have done the thing that I've been meaning to do for a while and added a friend of the channel down in the description there, and Tessa's channel should be linked from that. So if I did what I was supposed to do... Hello, Megan. Check your DMs. Hello, Rosalind. How are you doing today? Oh, my goodness. Okay, so I have been running around like crazy. Anybody who's been following me over on Instagram, you know how crazy it's been. First of all, I have to say, I hit 100 subs on YouTube this week during the Friday stream. Like right in the middle of the Friday stream, Mr. P started chanting for people to sub that weren't subbed and got me over the 100 mark, which is insane. I mean, that boggles my mind. As I've said on this channel many times in the past, my yearly goal, like maybe by January of next year, I would get to 100 subs. Did not expect it to happen this quickly. Really did not expect it to happen this quickly. Y'all are amazing, and I love you so, so much. And I just thank you. Do I still have Mr. P open? I still have Mr. P open over here. Okay, he's doing a live stream right now too, speak of the devil, and his sprint just finished. That's why you heard angels sing. Oh my goodness. So what I was wanting to do with this was just kind of talk, just chat, just hang out, blow off some steam, talk about some things, the usual. Because I don't know how people get stuff done on my writing streams, but I know I get stuff done, and I see people in chat talking about how they got stuff done. So, but today, no productivity. I'm done with the productivity. I've done it. I did my product today. So one of the things that I want to start off with, because one of the things that I fought really, really hard with today, because it was not being my friend, is I got the Discord server set up. It is finally actually working. There's the link for anybody who wants to join. I apologize to anybody who did try to join. I learned from Abigail that I switched all the buttons wrong or something, and I had been talking in there for like 6 months, and I just thought nobody cared or was joining, and apparently it was set up in a way so I could talk to myself and nobody could see it. Nobody could talk back. Nobody could do anything. Oopsie doodle. Sorry. I thought I had all the switches, bells and whistles and all that set up right. I did not. I do now. It's working. I set up a test account. Abigail was kind enough to run around and check it for me. So should anybody feel that they don't get enough of me or this community and want to hang out more, because I usually have Discord on in the background when I'm not live on camera to chat and hang out with people. And I just thought that, given how, my opinion of myself when I saw nobody joining, I just thought, oh, well, that's par for the course. But apparently people were joining and they couldn't. I had it set up so that they couldn't do anything. So it's fixed.
Oh, wow.
And in case you didn't hear me and understand what I said, Megan, I sent you the invite. I feel like I should call that out so you're not sitting there going, what do you mean, check my DMs? I did send you an invite, so it should be there. Let's see. Well, we're going back to being a daily podcast. So yet again, if you're not getting enough of my dulcet tones and my received pronunciation of the English language, and would like to have more on a large variety of topics, you can always subscribe to the podcast. I am very excited to say that season 3 has finally ended. Long live season 3. This logo served me well, but now it's time for season 4. It's getting real, y'all. It's getting real. We are going to be doing a lot more. I've talked about this a little bit on some of the streams. Going back to daily means you're going to be getting a lot more opinion pieces from me. I'm creating 2 original characters for the world of Project Shadow that are going to be doing podcasts from their points of view, kind of Welcome to Night Vale style, kinda-ish, but I don't know that I have the power and the creativity that those people did, but I'm going to try. As well as hopefully more contributions from you lovely people with the stories and interviews and all of that. It's going to be exciting. I like the new logo. I had started playing around with the art a while ago, and people have seen this up in the corner. And I decided, I like that enough, and people say enough nice things about it. That should just be what the podcast looks like. So there we go. I got that finished, and I don't know that I uploaded it today because one moment, gremlins. Oh my goodness. Bookish is here, or Nookish. What am I supposed to call you now? Hello. Get mad with Cad the Lad. I can't even say that one. I'm sorry. I have to continue calling you. I'm just going to call you Bookish, because if I say Nookish, it makes me giggle in all the wrong ways, because it makes me laugh. I don't know why. It doesn't actually bring any particular image to mind, but yeah, I'm just gonna. I do too. I love Welcome to Night Vale, and I had thought for a long time about doing a podcast like it. For those of you who may not be familiar with Welcome to Night Vale, basically it's a podcast that pretends to be a radio program from Night Vale, and basically talks about all the weird and random things that happen in town. And over course of the series, you learn more about the inhabitants, the strange mysteries that are taking place there, all of the odd goings on, I think is the best way to say it without spoilers, because I really don't want to spoil anything. If you've never listened to Night Vale, there's a lot of it, so there would be a big catch up, but yeah, Night Vale took over a large portion of my life, and I've wanted to do something like that for a while, and I've never let myself do it, but I'm going to. I've started designing a couple of the characters. One of them is probably going to be from my His Dark Instruments setting, because I think that would be really funny. And I don't know who she's going to be, but she's going to be a cardinal of some stripe, because of course it's going to have to be, right? But beyond that, the main story arc line that I'm going to be going through is going to be from my Dragons of Night series. And if anybody remembers the TV show Forever Night, which was something that I absolutely loved and used to write fanfic of back in the day, because oh how I loved my vampire shows, and I still do. It's going to be kind of like the Nightcrawler episodes of Forever Night, because Nigel Bennett is a great actor, and I get his LaCroix stuck in my head every now and then. And I might actually start the first episode of that story with his "What a wonderful thing humanity is. Charming, beautiful, and best of all, delicious." Because he had some of the best lines. It just, oh, my heart goes out to the vampires. Yeah, I just can't bring myself to Nookish, and I don't know why. Because, like I said, it doesn't bring up anything in particular, but all I know is you are a wonderful part of this community, and I am so happy every time I see you in chat, and wish you the best. Let's see. Get Mad with Cad the Lad, or Bookish, says, I have also always wanted to do something like Welcome to Night Vale, but more as an ARG thing. See, yeah. And that's where I'm going to have fun with this, because for those things, as you know, I like to put things behind me, like Mr. P does in his videos, because I don't know how many people notice that the things that are behind my shoulder do change a lot from stream to stream and from episode to episode. So, but yeah, I am wanting to kind of make it more of a thing, and I know for October, I'm going to actually cosplay the characters from the podcast during the writing streams. So I will be in makeup, and hopefully I'll have costumes together. My Imperator Cross should be here in a couple weeks, so I'm very excited about that. But yeah, I've always wanted to put together an ARG, which, again, for anybody who's not familiar with the term, ARG stands for an alternative reality game. I realize I should have explained this a while, because I've been accusing Mr. P of just being an ARG. Like, an alternative reality game is where you build websites, put up videos, do audio, put stuff sometimes even out in the real world. That's all clues that have to be put together for the entire story to come into being. This is actually my favorite thing about this band that I'm doing my fanfic on. They're basically an elaborate ARG. The albums tell stories, their videos tell stories, their interviews tell stories, and they also put up random videos on YouTube about this, that, or the other. Concerts accidentally leak online to further the story, and it's been an active, ongoing story about the impending end of the world for a very long time, and I really enjoy so much. But it takes so much to put together a full-on ARG that I don't know that I have the energy. Like, I'm sure I could come up with stuff for it, but having the energy to make it all happen, I just don't know. Ooh. Well, go get down with your bad self, Laura. Working on a short story for me? Uh-oh. I'm assuming that's for the podcast, unless you're writing some of that weird fiction that you were putting in the chat. I can't either. I can only imagine I can only imagine. Like the infinite mind of Laura Nettles is an endless parade of joy and wonder. And I don't know what to do about it. Well, I really don't, because she impresses me more than anything else. Because I guess I should say that in a lot of ways, Laura inspired me to do a lot. Since she's not here, I can talk about her, because that's how this works.
Yeah, but there are such a thing as being able to view it later on.
Oh, I know. No, Laura, the thing about Laura that I absolutely love is she and I started talking in chats a long time ago, and she gave me courage to realize that my weird rough edges weren't as weird as I thought they were. Because I've done writing and world building for a long time. We have captured a wild Megan.
Hello.
Okay, this might get scary for a minute. Let's see. No, that's not happening. Okay, we need more people for that one. I would try. But yeah, Laura, the first time I remember ever seeing Laura in a chat, she was asking about the proper orbits of planets around certain types of stars and which would be more habitable. And she and I had a long discussion back and forth. It was, I think, on one of Emily Bourne's streams. And Emily was just sitting there reading it. Going, you people, how? I don't, okay. You all are amazing. And I'm just like, I'm able to have this conversation with another living being. I thought I was alone. That meant a lot to me. So introduce yourself to the nice people, Megan.
Hi, everyone. My name is Megan McCarthy. I have an AuthorTube channel. If you guys want to check it out, it's Megan McCarthy. I write contemporary fiction, and that's about it.
So basically the opposite of what I do, because I do outlandish, crazy fiction. I feel like I just need to create a genre for myself. If it's outlandish and crazy, it's in one of my stories, y'all. She does the opposite of that. She does it real.
Yes.
I don't do reality in life, so I don't see why I should have to force it into my stories.
It's funny, I pretty much only read fantasy novels, but for some reason I just can't write fantasy. It just does not, my brain does not compute that way. I have to write contemporary.
I have to say, I bet you, if you had even a rough idea, I could help you get to doing a fantasy novel. Because the hardest part about fantasy is getting over this little catch that's on the inside of us that gets beaten out of us as we become adults, that gives us permission to just be childish and have a sense of wonder. And we might think we still have it, but until you try to write a fantasy story, that's when you figure out if you still have that capacity inside you or not. And you can get it back. There are ways to get it back, but it is so hard because your adult brain that has been beaten into you tells you, well, no, nobody's going to believe that. Oh, no, that's just too silly. Why would I ever want to think about a flying castle and dragon princesses? I mean, And like Tessa, we learned to tell Bob. Shut up. Here, we'll move you down here today. You can be part of the
stream. Join us.
You can be join us, Bob. You and I have had a good relationship lately. I'll give you some screen time. You'd be surprised how many questions I get about Bob. See, Bookish says, if you'd be okay with it, I would totally help with an ARG. I love them so much. I would love to invoke a lot of people into one. I have a couple rough ideas for one, mainly because my urban fantasy takes place in the United States in real life, like in the real world, but with a hidden magical subculture. And I've had ideas over the years for things to do to mix that in. Though I think it is going to break severely with reality at some point, because I keep doing stories that take place in the past because I just don't want to deal with the 2000s because outlived in them. And then I was watching, I think it was the World Anvil stream this morning, and Janet, no, it wasn't Janet, it was Janet's guest, was talking about how the Elder Gods awoke and the kaiju came, and I was just like, oh, that's just perfect. In 2016, the kaiju came and destroyed the world, and everybody had to learn about magic. Okay, I see how I can go past this to the future. I don't know if I'm going to do that, but I found a solution. Oh my goodness, Petscop. Petscop is a great example of an ARG. You are right. Petscop, if anybody's not familiar with either Petscop or Vanishing Sun, Petscop is a video game, a test cartridge of a video game that somebody found and started posting Let's Plays of on YouTube. And this is it's this whole elaborate story. I'm not going to go past that. It is this whole elaborate story that involves murder and ghosts and all kinds of stuff. And it's yes, it is that is an amazing ARG. That was a lot of fun. And the Vanishing Sun is a Twitter account where they wake up one morning and the sun is gone. And then the account goes through everything that happens after that. Again, try not to get into spoilers because they are really fun and they're still up for people to rewatch and re-experience. But yes, they were both very good examples of ARGs. Vanishing Sun particularly. Yeah. The thing about Laura sounds like a great rom-com. That would be really funny. Two star-crossed lovers meet over a chat and connect over talking about weird, nerdy things and then realize that they don't want to ever be with each other. It would be like writing some kind of an Ace Arrow romance. Like, I love you, but not in that way. But can we spend our lives together? I could write that. I might put that up as fanfic on Author World just to see Laura turn red. Oh wait, Laura's got admin permissions over there. I might not be able to get away with it. Or she might edit it back and do other things to it. That would be fun. A little war over who controls the fate of the story. The story of Charlie and Laura in their aromantic, completely non-sexual rom-com. I'm sorry, just that statement makes me want to write it. Hello, Anna. Oops, almost missed this. Oh, yeah. First of all, no writing today. So if you're here for sprints, I'm sorry. It's just a chat, just to hang out, just having the fun, just talking about, things like the self-promotery that I never do. Hey, that I'm trying to get better about because, I need to get better about it. But you can write while we talk. That's perfectly all right. I'm not going to stop your productivity, but I have alcohol. One of them weeks, y'all. Bottoms up.
I got water.
I've got water too.
I did water. I was good all day today. I got my work done. I got my images done. I got the videos done. I get some liquor. It's my reward. Yeah, Vanishing Sun. Yeah. And there are so many good ones. Crap. Why is it when you always want to say the name of something, it goes out of your head? There's a YouTube channel that I follow that all they do is hunt down ARGs that are going on to basically be like, hey, everybody, check this out. And that's how I found out about Vanishing Sun and got into it. But I can't remember the name, but I will eventually. All right. I can do the Forest app in the background for you. You can do sprints. Like I said, I'm sorry, I'm not actually doing the writing today. I'm just like hanging out. But I can do private. Like I have my phone right here, and I'm trying to ignore it, so I can definitely do that for you. No problems though. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I should have named it clear. Yeah, I'm just goofing off. Yeah, I would definitely write that. I feel so like putting you on the spot about this. Have either of you ever participated in an ARG, or did you even know what one was?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
They are so much fun when they don't cause international terrorist events. No, the first ARG I ever heard of was pulled off by Adult Swim, and they set stuff up all around the country, and then 9/11 happened.
Oh, wow.
And so people started finding strange electronic devices places and calling the bomb squad. And they were like weird Moonanite things that had been left around as part of the game prior to those events. And so, yeah, as I've learned with my own trilogy that will hopefully one day be published, timing is important. Bookie says, I'm fine with no sprints. I'm watching this like three other live streams. Yeah, I try to do that. And the other day, my brain almost exploded because I had like 3 different live streams on, because one was talking about like news about a product that I use, and so I only needed to perk up when they talked about the features. Like when they were just gabbing, like I could ignore them, and I had a writing stream on. And then the hubby decided to talk like in the middle of it, and my brain just shut down. Like, I found my limit. I can write, listen to 2 things. That's it. 3 input channels can go into this vessel at one time. After that,
I can't do 2 things at one time. Not anymore. I have to concentrate on what I'm doing.
I used to be crazy about that, but last night I think was the first time I've ever like focused in on something in months, because the new Transformers is out on Netflix and it is so good. The War for Cybertron trilogy, Siege, the first 6 episodes are up. It's like 3 hours to watch the whole thing because it's 6 episodes, they're like 20 some minutes each. Oh my goodness. The animation is gorgeous. It actually has a story, Michael Bay. It has a story.
Wow. I watched 3 of the movies when they were putting out movies in the last, 10 years, or I don't know, maybe it's 15 years now. I don't know. I watched them. And of course I had kids, so we watched all the original animated cartoon ones that they had.
I was so into G1 when I was a kid, because that was 85 when that came out. So I was like 6. Let's see, 85. I would have been like 9. I was born in 76, so I was like right in the target market for that. Like to this day, She-Ra was my favorite, but now I know why. I was right in the target market for the Voltrons and the Transformers and all that. But this new one, like they're doing deep cuts. Like I was pausing it like constantly because the hubby he likes Transformers and stuff, but he's not like crazy like I am, like really getting into like the lore and everything. And I'm like pausing it, going, okay, they haven't said her name yet, but given her character design, that has to be Alita 1. So you see, back in the original series, back in the OGG1 series, she and Optimus Prime were boyfriend and girlfriend, but they ended up getting divided after Megatron attacked and did all this stuff. And, like telling him all the story, he's just like, really? Like, yeah. Oh, that doesn't even cover how she was treated in this, and this, and this, and this. And like, Lord, he's just like, I didn't realize there was so much to Transformers. I'm like, if you dig hard enough, there's a lot to everything.
Yeah, I missed a lot. I only saw the outer vision that I was supposed to see. I didn't dig into it.
Oh yeah, and I still tell people, like, if you want to know what Transformers should be like this series might be one that I add to the list. But if you want to see if Transformers is a series that you want to get into, try to find a copy of Transformers Prime. It's usually up on streaming somewhere. It's CG animated. It came out in the early 2000s. It has a really good story, really good characterization, and only one annoying character, which, of course, is one of the human inserts. But I'm not going to start a war by saying which one I think it is. But yeah, I've watched them as I grew up. Cyberverse wasn't bad. That was the one just before this. But this one, like the animation style, it looks like a painting. Like it's so well done. And the story gave me feels, which anytime an animated truck that turns into a robot with a gun can give you feels, they did a good job.
I liked Bumblebee.
The movie?
The movie with Bumblebee. Bumblebee is one of my favorite of the.
Yes. Haley Steinfeld is so good in that. She's so good in that. Just enough Cena, not to get annoying. I know we've gone into this before. I'm not going to start the argument with the chat if y'all are here. I know we've had this argument before, but I think just enough Cena, not too much. But Bumblebee. I hope when they continue doing live action movies, they're more like Bumblebee, because it was good. It was good. That's it. That's the channel I was trying to remember. Thank you, Bookish. Yeah. I was thinking that, but I was like, that's not right, because if it's not self-doubt, Charlie's not talking. Yeah, Inside of Mind. Funny, writing is the only time I can do more than one thing at a time. That is really interesting. When I think about it, I think you might be right for me too. Because very often, I think people think I don't get anything done because they see me lip syncing along when I don't turn my camera off on the streams. But I can sing the lyrics to a song, type the words down to a thing, and keep track of the time of what's going on. And half the time, I'm also having a conversation with somebody in chat. I don't think I could do that in my regular life. I think you may have stumbled onto a weirdness here. Yeah. Huh.
Is it okay? Of course it's okay.
Of course it's okay. Okay, my hubby and let's see, our first date was at the mausoleum. Our second date was at the cemetery. Our third date, we took a trip up to Providence, Rhode Island to see all the places where the Lovecraft stories took place. We did the full tour of Brown University, which is Arkham University. It was everything in the books was based off of Arkham University, and got into an argument with the street sign because it said that it was the economics building. We're like, nah, this is the library. I know this is the library. And when we got somebody to let us inside, we found a plaque that in the 1930s it was the library. So when he was writing the stories, it was, and we recognized it from the stories. We're like, no, this is it. This is the place.
That's funny.
And we got to actually read his handwritten autobiography, which I don't think has ever been published. It's called A Portrait of a Non-Entity. It's really interesting. And oddly not as racist as his other fiction, which is weird because he found a way to put a slur in somewhere. But yeah, I love. Where's baby? Where's baby at? Baby. There you are. Baby Thulu is never far away from me. I love my Cthulhu. we love Cthulhu. But yeah, as far as length goes, we're talking about, okay, you're going to sit on Bob's head. Bob, you're going to have a baby Cthulhu ride you. Is it okay? Let's get this set up. Here's Bob. Baby Cthulhu. There we go. Baby Cthulhu rides Bob. But yeah, that's perfectly all right. Just remember, 1 minute is roughly 150 to 155 words. So, do your math accordingly. Because some people talk faster, but if you ever listen to an audiobook from Audible, they require their readers to talk at 150 to 155 words a minute for optimal retention.
Oh.
So if you want to know what that sounds like, that's at the standard audiobook from Audible is at exactly that rate. So you don't have to. Yeah. There's been some crazy args. All right, when you get off your stream, if you want to come over here, I'll send you a link. Just let me know and start yelling in chat if I miss you, like I did the other day when you were like, "Send me a link," and I just like ignoring my phone, like la 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 la. I'm bad about it. I wonder if it's a writer thing. I don't think it's bad attention. I really don't. When I was studying meditation, one of the things that they had us do was what they called multi-pointed attention meditations, where we would often sit with multiple people reading different texts around us, and we would practice mindfulness until we could retain what was being said by more than one person. Mm-hmm. So in that context, it was seen as an ability to be more present, to be able to comprehend more of your surroundings. So because of that context, that weird context that I have from my own life, I think that's where I see it from. And back when I was really doing all that hardcore, I could listen to 10 different texts be read and retain all of them. Not that good anymore. I have let my mind get weak and flabby. From the depths of the sea, Cthulhu opens his brine-soaked eyes. It was time. The thermal vents warmed his ancient abode. The thermal vents warming his ancient abode stopped as the world stilled.
Her writing, you're reading, perfect.
I have to say, like, I'm trying to get more comfortable with doing voices because I'm wanting to do a lot more fiction recording. And so I've been practicing certain voices. And the one thing that I can tell you that I will not be doing is accents. I may try to do different voices for characters, but if somebody's British, they're going to sound like me. I'm just saying. My British is really, really bad. I might put on a Southern drawl if somebody's Southern because I got that in me. It's more Ozark than Southern, but that's natural to me. But I'm definitely not going to make somebody sound like they're from the Bronx because ain't nobody want to hear that.
I can't do accents either. It's bad.
Oh, yeah. I'm. Let's just say, once upon a time in a completely different life, me and some friends thought it would be a good idea to imbibe a lot of hard liquor and do a live show on the internet.
I've seen a few of those with Kate Kavanaugh and Brooke Passmore. They're pretty funny. As time goes on, it gets even wilder.
The friend that I was doing it with found a way to offend what feels like was the entire population of Switzerland. So we stopped doing those things because it's not easy to upset the Swiss. But he found a way. Cthulhu's riding Bob. Yes. Oh my goodness. Yeah. See, a lot of this has to do with when I started doing well, okay, Charlie's past lives I don't know, whatever. In one of my past lives, I thought I was going to be a translator because I could speak fluently Russian, German, of course, English, and I was learning a couple other languages at the time, and I was looking at going into being a translator. And it was highly advised that you learn to speak with a received pronunciation or an American standard or an Atlantic standard accent to be able to do that, because it makes your speech clearer for somebody who doesn't have English as their native language to understand. At least that's what we were taught when I was learning to do that. So I worked very hard to develop a neutral Atlantic accent. The fun thing about the Atlantic accent is it appears nowhere in the continental United States or anywhere else. No one naturally talks like this. This is something that you learn if you want to do news reading, translation.
Exactly.
And I worked really hard on it, and it has served me well over the years because, you can fit in anywhere when you don't sound like you're from anywhere. Just saying. So one of the things that I wanted to do on here is just kind of commiserate about the week, because my week was a nightmare fest of crazy insanity in a lot of ways. And yet I still managed to get some stuff done on my work. I'm amazed that I got stuff done, but I did. How are you all feeling about your projects this week? I mean, are you feeling bogged down? Do you feel like you actually got somewhere?
This week was a little slow for me. I just I didn't really get many words down as I usually do, so it was a little slow. But they were good words, so I'm not too disappointed in them.
And to me, anytime you get words, that's a success. I look back to my my unscheduled mental health vacation, and if I could have gotten 5 words in a month, I would have felt like I was queen of the world. I really would have, because it was so hard to do anything, and writing especially, because let's be honest, it's one of the reasons why I wanted to do this tonight, because I feel like, I know it's partially the times, but I think it's also the stress a lot of us writers are putting ourselves under. I see a lot of anxiety and stress in the community. And while some of that is because the world is on fire and you are here to burn with me.
Well, Megan, I think you probably missed when Charlie showed up at my stream. We switched from sprinting to having quite a conversation.
Yeah.
And people just kind of didn't say anything. They just kind of disappeared.
I have that effect on people.
I think you had already gone. I'm not sure if you were there.
I had to go to bed before Charlie showed up.
That was just the one earlier today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I think you had already gone. Yeah, and we had a conversation. It was pretty wild, and people weren't saying anything. They were just kind of disappearing because the sprint stopped, and we were just talking, about everything, and it got a little weird there for a while. And I'm thinking these people must really be wondering what we are talking about.
So if anybody heard me move something, if you saw the stream on Captain Mosier's channel earlier, I think last week that I was on, I mentioned how all my big box of tarot decks went missing. And
did you find it? You found it.
And so I'm looking through it to see what is in here and if the one that I've been looking for got put in here. So that's why I put the image for the Halo cards on the thing today, because I figured if nobody shows up, I'm just gonna pull random cards and say random stuff until I'm done streaming, or people show up, whichever comes first. So So I found my Thoth deck because somebody thought that I'd be into Aleister Crowley, and they were wrong. But so I found that one. That's not the one I'm looking for, though. So I will be randomly flashing tarot decks on the screen. Bookish says, I'm going with the flow with this story, and it's kind of slow, but it's definitely getting faster, and the ball is finally starting to roll. One of the things that I've learned with this book that I'm doing is to just trust the characters, because I'm really bad at that, which is terrible when you're a discovery writer, because if you don't trust your characters, what are you doing? Because you're a discovery writer and letting them do stuff. But for example, in one chapter, I'm not going to give spoilers, but in one chapter, a character shows up and hands this ethereal rose to one of the characters. And I thought to myself, well, that's pretty. It's a fantasy story. It's just a pretty little thing. And I didn't think about it again until I was actually rereading to do the timeline for it. Later in the story, we find out why that rose looks that way, how it was planted, and what its meaning is.
Oh.
The characters knew that and were driving me to that point the whole time. I didn't know any of that until we got there. And that's the thrill of being a discovery writer. When I went back through and reread it, and I'm just like, you set this whole thing up. Like, I'm going to look so smart. Like I knew what I was doing the whole time. I don't, but I try. Well, it just says Facebook user, but with that statement, I'm pretty sure this is my Captain Hamburger. Hey, baby, how you doing? I'm pretty sure I know who you are. So I am a part of a Starfleet ship, the USS Serling, named after Rod Serling of the Twilight Zone. And that's where most of my friends are. And it's really hard because I live in Missouri and they're all in New York.
Oh.
Now, this is not one of my favorite decks, but I think the art in here is really pretty. This is the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn deck that they put out that a friend got for me because they knew that I like tarot. The art in here, it's fairly simple, but it's kind of pretty. Trying to find, there's one card in particular. There it is. I don't know why, but this is the King of Wands. This is my favorite card in this deck. I just love this one. Fire. This is not the deck I was looking for, but ooh, that's pretty. I'll share that one.
Ooh.
The High
Priestess. Like I said, there's some pretty cards in here. It's not one of my favorites, but it's one I can use in a pinch. Oh, it's the Commodore. Hello. I was just talking to Lord, the High Lord Hamburger earlier today, and I figured he might have snuck in. I'm glad you're here. Oh my goodness, I could tell you some stories, especially because she can't stop me about my High Lord and Master. She's one of the few people on Earth that can give me orders, y'all. And I mean that not just because I'm in a Star Trek group, but because I trust her so much that I know that even if it hurts me, it's for my own damn good. And that kind of friendship is hard to come by. That's a pretty deck. We'll save that one for a minute because that one's really pretty. We did a tarot primer for our activities. Ooh, I wish I could have been there for that. Yeah, I am actually in the process of making a tarot deck right now, and I wish I had some art to show for it, but it is so preliminary that no. I look at it and cringe, so I am not sharing it with others just yet. But yeah, I did a deep dive into the history of tarot and found that older decks had cards in it that I did not know about. And so because the society in my story broke away from the rest of the mainstream world quite a long time ago, I thought it'd be more fun to use the older cards.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm having so much fun. Did you know there used to be a dragon card, y'all?
Ooh.
There did, and it was amazing. Yes. Which you can tell if you or two other people that I trust don't do it, I don't. And that's not my fault. I am bad at buying nail polish. I need girlfriends to help me buy nail polish because I like my nails done. The last 2 nail polishes I bought rubbed off within 2 days.
Ooh.
2
That's
days.
the problem with nail polish especially with typing and stuff. Actually, that's the first scene in my book is she's typing and she realizes her fingernails are chipped and she's upset because she's a perfectionist and everything has to be perfect.
Well, the last time I had a friend around here do my nails, she did the whole thing with the acrylics and stuff.
Nice.
So I got the tips because she used to be a manicurist in a former life, and she claims that she did that just to learn how to do it so she could save money. And I believe that she's really good at it. And they were a nightmare to type with because I had to relearn typing with really long nails. That's why my nails are really short because I type all the time. But what in the world are you? We found something, y'all. Okay. But yeah, that's because I have to click on them to put you on screen. Oh, how did you get in this box? Okay, I am a huge fan of the movie The Crow. And when it originally came out in the 1990s, they did a whole set of collector's cards. And I bought the whole set. I bought packs until I got a whole set. Let me rephrase that. And I have them all in a binder, where you can just flip through the pages and all that. And it's really, really, really cool. But I don't know how this card got in here because I'm going to have to look that up. But yeah, talking about The Crow, I got to meet James O'Barr, who wrote the original comic. And he was really impressed because I brought comics for him to sign that were not just The Crow, because I was actually a fan of his work. So I brought some Evil Ernie and some Zeitgeist comics because I actually like his work. And he told everybody else to shut the F up and sat down and had a long conversation with me because I actually knew who he was.
Nice.
Okay, y'all are going to have to help me out here. I just found a pack of Age of Empire cards.
Interesting.
Where did these come from? It says expanded card game. There was an Age of Empires card game?
That's interesting.
I don't even remember getting these.
I'm not familiar with it.
But it's just like Magic the Gathering cards, except for they're all Age of Empire themed. Where in the world did you come from? Okay, this is a magic box of giving. Who knows what I'm going to find in here when we get to the end, y'all. This could be a fun stream. Charlie's doing an unboxing of wonder and mystery. What in the world are you? Okay. I found a pack of Tangos cards. The ancient Chinese puzzle game that keeps you guessing.
Interesting.
I collect cards, and apparently somebody gave this to me, and I forgot about it. So if you're watching, sorry. Apparently the cards have different shapes that you play to make forms out of while you're playing the game. Who knew that was a thing? Okay, I'm going to leave those out. How's your book going, Tessa?
I'm editing right now because I've been doing so many live streams, and then I realized that I was like overwriting, things that didn't really need to have anything to do with the story. And I'm still having tense issues. So I keep reading it over, and every time I read it, I find another tense issue. I'm like, am I ever going to come to the end of these? I don't know. But I've got a point now where the original killer is not the killer anymore. I just had a twist in my story because I love twists. I love getting you to think one thing's going to happen and you're sure you know what's going to happen, and then I zing that twist in there at the end.
Oh, Brandon, we miss you. I am listening. I'm just finding all kinds of crazy things in here.
But people come to expect twists out of my my stuff on my blog, all my short stories. Then I go and I do just the opposite. I'll do a bunch of things where it'll start out and it'll end with a bad twist, and then all of a sudden I'll end it happy, and they're like, "Whoa, what happened there?" I like to keep them guessing.
I wish I was better at like coming up with twists. Like, I'm so happy when they actually happen in the story. Being a discovery writer, I actually tried to come up with like preemptively, like, ooh, wouldn't it be nifty if this twist happened? And I'm so fortunate to have learned how to write using, and I've talked about this before, the Kisho Tenketsu, because it changed my understanding of what a twist is. I would love to find $100 in here. I figured out what the crow cards are. There's like 2 or 3 of each of them in here. So these are the extras from the pack, which I might use as giveaways at some point, because I'm pretty sure, at least with my readers, there's an overlap of people that are into the crow and my stuff. Because if you like dark stories about dead people coming back to get revenge on the living for the bad things they did to them, you'll like both of our work. That's how it works. Oh my goodness. My dearly departed aunt gave me these. They are, let's see if I can show you any of these. These are little bitty angel cards.
Oh.
That you're to pull for inspiration. And
they're so cute.
Get blessings. I wondered where these went. I'm glad I still have them. But no, the deck I'm looking for is not in here.
After all that work.
So they look in the refrigerator. That's where I find things when I can't find them. They're in the refrigerator.
Mine always end up either behind the chair I'm currently sitting in, because they do. I think the cats play with them. Like, they fall on the ground, the cats play with them and knock them back there. Right. About once a week, I have to move this chair and go, oh, that's where all that went. I wondered where you were. Yeah. In Kisho Tenketsu, when you are doing the twist is meant specifically to be something that changes the context of the story for the reader. So when they thought the world operated a certain way, they now realize, oh no, I was looking at it wrong. It's actually this completely other way. And it's a really fun way to think about it that way, so that you're not trying to be Alfred Hitchcock if you're not Alfred Hitchcock, because let's be honest, we don't want to pull a shalama lama. In this house, we still have not forgiven the happening from happening. I sat in there for 2.5 hours to find out that the twist was she had coffee with his best friend. Really, the world's ending. People are dying all around you. You're being a jerk to your wife for 2.5 hours because she had coffee. That's not a twist. That's a letdown. I don't know what you thought you were doing, Mr. Shyamalan, but you done messed up. Now, this is fun. Okay, so my sister sent these to me. And I don't know if anybody's going to care about this or not. I am a huge fan of rock music, if you can't tell from the fact that I'm constantly flashing up my papas. And I'm writing an entire fanfic series about them. And one of them will actually be a crossover with this band, because these are the Kiss collector's cards. My sister's.
Oh, Kiss. Wow, yeah.
That is, each member is a suit in this deck, and it has all kinds of little things about them and everything. And I grew up, my earliest memories are of this band. Like, some of my absolute earliest memories. My sister got into them when, let's see, 78, when I was 2. That's when their album Rock and Roll Over came out. And that's the album that my sister got into. And she was a big fan of them throughout her life. First real concert I ever went to was a Kiss concert that she took me to when I turned 16.
Oh, wow.
Which was amazing. I got to see them. See, it was them, Slaughter. See if anybody knows their hair metal bands. Them, Slaughter, and Winger. Slaughter and Winger were the opening bands. And I have to say, Slaughter, one of the best bands I've ever seen in concert. And it's a shame what happened to Mark's voice.
Aww.
And Winger, they had some radio hits. I think that's the nicest thing I can say about them.
Well, the first time I heard of Kiss, this is because I'm a lot older, was when they were the backup band for, the opening band for one concert we were going to. And it's like, they were nothing then. And then all of a sudden, it's like, Kiss? Kiss? It actually became a big band. I mean, they were the opener. And so I'm going back a lot further than you.
I probably would not be as creative as I am without them. Like, this is where when you say you don't know what the little things in life that make you who you are what they're going to add up to. I remember being a little kid and my sister asking me what I wanted to be for Halloween. And I wanted to be the Star Child from Kiss. Because Paul Stanley has always been and will always be my favorite member of that band. And if you have not seen any of his lockdown streams, because he wants to make sure people are staying home, so he's putting on private concerts for free on YouTube.
Oh, nice.
Just him and a guitar. And, oh, honey, can he still sing? He's a good guy. But, so she helped me, but she wouldn't do it for me. So she got me all of the face paints and everything, and helped me figure out how to draw the lines first, and then get the makeup right up to the line and fill it in, and how to touch it up and make it look good and everything. And that is one of those early formative memories for me of this idea of you could take on another persona, that you could be somebody else. Because once I put the Star Child makeup on, with the red lips and the big black star over the eye and everything, and she got me a rose temporary tattoo for my shoulder, because he had a rose tattoo on his shoulder, and she helped me make the clothes part of the costume, because I was a kid at the time, and I put that on, and I just did everything I could to be a rock star, and it wasn't just like playing pretend. It was like I understood at a young age, like, this is a character, and I wanted to play that character. And that informed a lot of like the childhood games that I would play, where we would not just like play pretend, but we would sit around, and my friends and I, we would talk about, okay, so if we're going to be Spider-Man and the Amazing Friends, okay, so what is Spider-Man actually going to be doing in here? Are we going to have to deal with, is somebody going to have to be J. Jonah Jameson? Like, we would think about it like an episode of the TV show first, and then play it out. And it was those formative things that I think made me just love story, because I grew up in the middle of nowhere, and we had 3 TV channels, and kids had to entertain themselves.
Yeah, that's the way it was back then.
Yeah, I remember that. That's actually my favorite thing about this band, is the whole premise of Ghost is basically, what if the Satanic Panic wasn't a joke? Like, he's literally the Pope of a satanic church who's trying to bring about the birth of the Antichrist through making everybody be sexy. And like, that's the whole inside joke of the band. And they're so tongue-in-cheek about it, and they have so much fun. All my social medias blew up the other day, and it was so funny because I was like, what in the world just happened? Like, did somebody die? Like, your phone just starts going deep, 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 just going off like crazy because everybody's adding you, right? And I forgot who it was, but some rock magazine did an article about Tobias Forge, their lead singer and the creator of the band, and it was like, this shock rocker is surprisingly surprisingly wholesome in his regular day-to-day life. And it was just everybody like, seriously, they're just figuring this out? Like, it's a story. Like, Tobias is married. He's got like 3 kids. Like, he's just like, when he's not in the makeup and just doing interviews, he's like just this sweet little guy who just sits around and just like, oh yeah, we thought it'd be really fun. And, I really like the music of Uriah Heep and a lot of bands like that. And just thought, hey, wouldn't it be fun to be a band like that? Except for Eva. He's like the sweetest little, want to pinch his cheeks kind of guy. And like, everybody I knew was sending me a link to this article. Just like, how little is there going on in the news that the news is leader of a satanic band actually normal. I guess you had to write something. You had to something, get those likes, but like, yeah, no, like it's a joke. It's a like, how do you not realize he's been killed 3 times on stage because he wasn't doing a good enough job bringing up the Dark Lord's plan. How do people not realize it's a joke? Like, not this tour, not Prequel. At the end of the Meliora tour, literally, this dude, this little old man, comes out on stage, has goons pick him up, carry him off stage, while he's yelling, kicking and screaming. You hear him scream bloody murder, and and the old man walks up to the microphone and goes, "Your fun is over. This is not what we had planned. Leave." And then hops back off the stage, and concert over. Because it's funny. Papa did not approve. Papa took care of the problem. Bye. It's just like, it's a joke. Like, they're not like killing him and resuscitating him every hour. It's how do you not get this? Like, Corey Taylor puts on a mask and plays in the band Slipknot. Corey Taylor doesn't actually wear a leather mask everywhere.
That would be.
You get that, right? Like, you start wondering about the sanity of these people that write articles like that. Like, do you really think Corey Taylor goes everywhere in his like leather mask? Like, he's a normal dude with like normal dude problems who puts on a leather mask and goes rah on stage for a couple hours and then goes home. What is wrong with people? Hello.
Hi.
I am so I have thought about doing a music channel on YouTube forever. Like, before I found out AuthorTube was a thing, I thought I was going to do a music channel because if you can't tell, I love music. I used to do mixing and stuff a while back. In fact, if you heard or saw the video, oh no, it's not up on YouTube. If you saw it on Instagram, it comes out on Monday on YouTube. The trailer for my the next season of my podcast, that's my song Oblivion playing in the background. Like, that's from
nice.
That's from my album that came out, Manifesto, that came out in 2000.
It's a banging song.
I don't think it's available anywhere anymore. I'm gonna have to look at that. I haven't thought about it in forever, but I thought it would be really funny because it starts off with that, welcome to Oblivion. And I was just like, that's perfect for the way I feel right now. So it's what I did. But yeah, the 80s the 80s is my heart. If you're a fan of classic 80s music, and I'm talking about like the new wave stuff, and you don't know who Dream Car is, you have to look up Dream Car. You have to look up Dream Car. Dream Car is one of those super groups. It's half the members of No Doubt and half the members of AFI.
Oh.
So a ska band and an emo band got together and made a new wave band that is phenomenal. Like they sound right out of the 80s. Like they should be up there with Flock of Seagulls and all of them. Like it is wonderful, and I love them. So
have you heard Radkey?
Yes.
I love Radkey. I've seen them in concert a couple. No, I've only seen them in concert once, but they were so good in concert. I love how they sound. They have that older sound to them.
There's a couple bands that I'm following right now that are like that. There's this one band, I think they're from Germany. I get really nervous when I say this because Germans, Swedes, and Finnish people don't like being confused one from another. And I listen to a lot of bands from those regions, and sometimes I get confused where the band's from. I think they're German. I'm sorry if I'm wrong. I mean no offense. But they're called Hallas. That's HALLAS. They are like a 70s, early 80s rock and roll dream come true. Like they are all of that like goodness of like classic Styx, and like, oh, they're so good. They are so good, and they're like currently doing music, and I absolutely love them. Does Cthulhu eat? Yes, he eats our souls. Have you never listened to Hey There Cthulhu? Speaking of music, have you never listened to Hey There Cthulhu by Eben Brooks? If not, listen to that song. He eats our souls. He eats the souls of those who love him first. And that's how we know that he loves us back, because we don't suffer for very long. We don't have to suffer as long as the other people do that have to wait for him to eat their souls. So yeah, check out Hey There Cthulhu. It's a parody song of Hey There Delilah, but it's about Cthulhu. And I got to meet my hero because of that song. So it has a special place in my heart, and I am not singing on this train. I sang on one video by accident because I realized that I'd recorded myself like nonsensically singing in the background, and then I was like, that's kind of funny. I'll muffle it and leave it in. But okay, a parade of lawnmowers just went down the road.
Okay.
Never know what's going to go down your road.
Like 3 separate people on 3 separate lawnmowers just went down the road with a white car following behind them. I'm like, what kind of a weird procession is this?
So
what are y'all doing?
Parade. The gardening parade.
People are weird around here, y'all. You don't know. Like, the gun club had to shut down. That's just over the hill from us because people kept shooting digits off with the ARs that they had for people to play with.
Oh.
Like you'd be outside and you just hear rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, and then sirens because because somebody shot off a finger, a toe, or something else. And yeah, like, they give no Fs, and yeah, you just don't know. Oh, well, thank you for being here, oh Commodore, my Commodore. I love you and miss you so, so much, and hopefully we'll get back together soon, because the Rona can't last forever. Can it?
Oh,
Can it? Eventually there will be a vaccine.
I'd like to leave the house at some point someday.
Tell me about it. Like, my husband corrected me. I have been out of the house once since this whole thing happened, and I would not leave the car.
I went out to go get my meds today, but that was it. I was like, I didn't even leave the car. I was like,
And we went to our own restaurant, which was closed on a Sunday because we are God-fearing people in this house, and we don't open our restaurant on a Sunday. People deserve a day off, which I'm sure just like shocked half the people watching this. Like, you're a what now? We serve our Lord. Anyway, and I still wouldn't go in even though no one was in there, and it's sterilized every night. nobody had been in there all day, I still wouldn't get out of the car because I'm just like, I ain't dying. I ain't dying.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Modern English, yes. Oh my goodness, yeah, I'm there with you. Yeah, it is a very fun song. Actually, I love a lot of his music. He is a folk singer. There we go, that's something we could talk about. Evan Brooks is a filk singer. That is filk, F-I-L-K. Filk is a form of music that came about in the mid-'60s because somebody messed up typing up a program at a convention. It was supposed to say folk music concert, and they accidentally typed an I instead of an O because they're right beside each other. And people were like, that works, and it stuck.
That's so funny.
Oh,
Filk music. Filk music is basically folk music of the science fiction fantasy fandom. So the songs are rooted in books, movies, TV shows, literature, mythology, and often, but not always, they are parodies of existing songs. Sometimes they're originals that are so powerful and moving. Hope Eerie by Julia Eklar is one of the greatest songs ever recorded. It is a song about, it should be our national anthem. It should be. It is a song about when we landed on the moon. It is beautiful. It is one of my absolute favorite songs. It is an entire genre of music that if you've never gone to a sci-fi convention, you've probably never heard of, because we gather at the conventions, we sing the songs amongst ourselves, we buy our CDs and cassettes and share the music amongst ourselves, but outside the community, most people have never heard of it. And it is a phenomenal thing that goes from the really just sublimely hilarious, just sublimely hilarious, like the Rooster song, which I may recite the lyrics to, or if I have too many of these, I might just start singing, because when I get tipsy, I sing the Rooster song just like on impulse. So be warned. But just completely silly to songs like Fire in the Sky, which is about the day the Challenger blew up. That would just like get you right in the feels. It is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful genre. If anybody wants to dip their toe into filk, there is an album called Roundworms by Bob Kanefsky that basically has all of the greats of filk on there. Bob wrote all of the songs that are on the album.
Bob what?
Bob Kanefsky.
How do you spell that?
Yes, let me pull it up, because he wrote all of the songs and got basically some of the best singers in the world of filk to perform on the album. And of course my search is not working. Oh, because I spelled worms with a D. Were we just talking about typos?
It was very apropos, though.
Roundworms does not have a D in it. So let's see. Let's see. Why are you not showing up in my search? So Bob Kanefsky. That should be good enough. Oh, come on. He's in my library. I'm searching my library. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to load my library and scroll. Because nothing is working for me today. Gremlins, go away. We had words earlier and I got my Discord fixed. Speaking of which, there's a link in the description if anybody wants to join the Discord. And I'm sorry if you tried to join and it was like, to hell with you. I hit the wrong buttons at some point and it decided to hate everybody.
So I joined the Discord, so the Discord link worked.
I had been in there for like 6 months talking to myself just in case somebody decided to show up. And yeah.
I'll have to try the link afterwards because I can't seem to click it on my Chromebook. Won't let me click it, so I have to wait till this goes off and then go back in and then click the link. One of the bad things about having a Chromebook is I don't have a lot of access. It's very hard to do things on here.
Okay.
It's the only way I have the stream, though, so I don't have a choice.
Just look up Heather Alexander. You'll probably be able to find it that way. Look up her song. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm having a moment here, y'all. Okay, so she is Heather Alexander's two big hits. Her second biggest hit was a song called "The March of Cambrith," which is about it's a Scottish war chant that she recorded, and it's really, really beautiful. And she recorded a wonderful, wonderful track called "Christmas at Cambrith," which takes that Scottish war chant and makes it about Santa Claus. And his sleigh. That's one of the songs that's on there that it came up when I searched that. So
I managed to find it on Spotify, so I added it to my playlist so I can listen to it later.
That's a really good place to get started on there. Some of the people that are featured on there are actually fairly big named sci-fi writers now, which is really cool because they weren't when that album came out. Heather Alexander is phenomenal. She is a violinist that if you are into fiddle and Celtic music, you should definitely look her up. Her biggest song that anybody who's ever heard of her knows is why does my brain do this to me? Okay, so I'm gonna beat my head against a wall in a minute. My brain. No, I'm still looking for roundworms and trying to figure out if it disappeared from my library. I need to just give it up. It's called "The Fairy Queen." It's the song I was trying to talk about. I'm just closing that window. Hi, I'm back. Okay, so it's a song called "The Fairy Queen" that she wrote because she plays fiddle. Everybody would come to her concerts and say, "Can you play The Devil Went Down to Georgia?" And she got tired of playing "The Devil Went Down to Georgia." So she wrote her own version of "The Devil Went Down to Georgia," though it doesn't sound anything like "The Devil Went Down to Georgia." But it's about a woman who goes out to find her husband who accidentally got abducted by the Fairy Queen and gets into a fiddle duel with the Fairy Queen to get her husband back.
Oh, nice.
And it is an amazing song. Heather Alexander is my life. I absolutely love her. So if you're into any of that, definitely check it out. Because I could talk about folk forever. It's a funeral of grass. Yeah, people are crazy at the Star Wars celebrations. Nerds galore. Yeah, I love sci-fi conventions, and I will say if you ever get a chance to go to a sci-fi convention, do it. The smaller, the better. I'm going to say this up front. I've gone to sci-fi conventions of cat fell. I've gone to sci-fi conventions of all shapes, sizes, and colors over the years. And the smaller fan-run ones are so much more fun. Because they're not as big, the guests often feel comfortable going out and mingling amongst the masses.
Nice.
And so not only will you get to sit in a room and witness them on stage, there's a good chance that you'll get to hang out with them at the bar while they're drinking. They may show up at one of the parties that you're attending. They may just be hanging out and having a good time and seeing what's going on amongst the people. I have met some of the most amazing people over the years at conventions. And then I've also met a lot of the celebrity people. So conventions. This year's been so hard because all the conventions got canceled.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't like leaving my house on the best of times, but that's where my people are. So I go to conventions. See previous statements. This was supposed to be my big year of wide release. I had set up. I was going to be going to a convention. I had added 3 new conventions to the list that are local to me that I'd never been to before, and I'd be working with them to do panels and stuff to promote the books and everything. And of course, no.
Man.
So hopefully they don't forget me. Hey y'all, if you
Hi,
want,
Mr. P.
if you would like an invite, anybody who would like an invite, checking my phone, make sure nobody's pestering me. For one, if you would like an invite and actually be on screen, I know you just finished your stream. You can join us if you want to. Just let me know. I'll bring you on. One of us. One of us. One of us. Oh my goodness. So Quiet Adventure says, when I went to the Chicago celebration in 2019, people started chanting Mandalore at the Mandalorian panel. Yeah. I get the words to the alternative Star Wars theme song stuck in my head because somebody put lyrics to the Imperial March. I will not sing, but I will say that you put these to the Imperial March. Darth Vader's mother wears striped pantyhose, and when she does, pulls them up to her nose. Darth Vader doesn't like his mother wearing pantyhose, and that's why Darth Vader ran away from home. And that's the opening of the alternative version of the Star Wars theme song that I love so very much. And you will hear that at a lot of the conventions that I go to, and they also often do the Macarena to the Imperial March, which oddly works. Get the Imperial March going through your head, and think about the movements. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, wow.
It's the exact same beat.
Yeah,
You've never
it
lived
is.
till you and 250 of your closest friends are doing the Macarena to the Imperial March with
Oh my
stormtroopers, Jedi, and Sith in full cosplay. That is a life experience that everyone should have at least once in their life.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
just saying.
Ooh, Mary just.
Hi, Mary. Just popped in to leave like. Thank you.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah, she went whale watching today.
Oh my goodness.
She
Thank
left
you for
during the
watching.
stream to go whale watching, and I'm like, wow, I've never seen the whale watching.
Oh my goodness. That would be amazing. Oh. I've been cultivating a relationship with the dragonflies around here because I am obsessed with dragonflies. And the other day when I went out, I put my hands out and I had one land in each hand, and I was just like the happiest person in the world. I love my dragonflies. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Going back to my box of wonders, just because I'm finding all kinds of stuff, y'all. So apparently when I bought one of the Ultima games, it came with cards
Oh.
that are
So you've
really
been playing
pretty.
games with cards the whole time?
I did not even know that these existed, and I don't know what they say because I don't read Ultima runes. But if they're written in the runic language from the setting. But there appears to be one for each of the major arcana in here. And looking at the images, they seem to align. This one's beautiful. I love the shepherds. I don't know if anybody's played Ultima. That's just beautiful. There you go. There's some really pretty ones in here. I didn't know I had these. I don't even know where those came from. Oh my goodness. I'm lost now because all I can think of is, am I not watching whales? I'm going to have to put the screensaver. I've got a screensaver for the TV that's a whale just swimming around and having a good time.
I've been watching, there's a YouTube channel in Deerfield Park, Florida, where they have a camera 30 feet underneath the pier, and so you can watch all the fishies and the sharks go by, and I just watch that obsessively. And if I'm not watching something on AuthorTube, I'm watching the little fishies go by, and sometimes there's even like turtles and it's a barracuda, lots of barracuda. It's a lot of fun watching all the fish go by.
That's really cool. Okay, so this is not the deck I was looking for, but I'm going to show you guys some of this one because this is here, hold up the back so you can see the back of one of the cards. This is an angel deck.
I love the flowers. It looks very Art Nouveau-ish.
Yes, that a friend of mine got me. That's actually the King of Spades card.
Oh, wow.
The art on this deck is beautiful. They're very shiny, so it's hard to not get glare on them. But, so these are actually the same. These are based primarily off of the Italian school of Tarucci cards, which are slightly different from the cards most people are familiar with, which are more based off of the French tarot. So these actually use the same suits that you would find in playing cards. So you see this is the King of Hearts. There we go. I'm getting better at this. And they are really, really pretty. But when we get to the major arcana, I'm very fortunate in that I actually have left this deck sorted right now because I was probably showing it to somebody. So this is our King of Clubs, which, as you can see, because it's an angel deck, the clubs are the form of an angel with a halo.
Mm.
So there we go. These are really pretty, and since I can't find my other deck, I'm gonna leave these out to play with because I need it. I need to have a deck near me. I don't know what happened to my deck when I moved desks. It's probably in a box somewhere. So this is the King of Diamonds, which, as you can see, is a four-winged angel making the diamond.
Very nice.
Holding but this is where it gets really pretty because when we get into the major arcana, these are gorgeous. And you actually have to kind of know a bit of angelology because they did put the number on the cards. So if you're not familiar with the tarot, with the angels, and you see the number, you can connect it in your head. But so this is Adamiel. And you see it has a little description down at the bottom. This is the fool who attained knowledge. So there's the full card. I think these are gorgeous. I think these are so pretty. This is Abraxas. And these are all inspired by traditional images of each of the angels that they depict.
Nice.
This one you might actually recognize. This is Gabriel, because people have seen paintings of that one. I love this one. Here's the Mary card. Because Mary is our Empress in this deck. Okay, I have taken a lot of schooling and things, so this is the little Y, because we don't say his name. It is written there, but we traditionally do not say his name. He is the little one, sometimes referred to as the older brother or the craftsman. Oh, we have somebody here from Twitch. Hello, how are things going? You saw the channel. Thank you for doing the stream, Fandom and Writer's Life. About to design. Okay. Well, that's what happened. Okay, this is the Raphael card. I just think the art in here is beautiful. If this is boring, let me know. But
no, it's interesting. I like all the cards.
This is the Thelial card, which anybody who knows.
I like the roses.
The roses are really pretty, aren't they? So, this is a really good one. This is Cherubiel, or Kerubiel. I love the colors on these.
That is good coloring. I like
the
the reddish orange.
these speak to me almost as much as my other ones do. So this is Michael, which a name other people might recognize. Oretiel. This is a beautiful one. This is the Deck's version of the Hermit. He's the Angel of Solitude. Manu, who of course is our Wheel of Fortune. And then one of the few cards that they actually took from the regular tarot deck. Here's the Fortune card, which is sometimes called Strength, depending on your deck. Yeah. Uza, one of the names of the Fallen. Abaddon, the Angel of the Pit. This is a really pretty one. I'm going to do a zoom in on it because...
Oh, wow.
Look at that one.
Lots of detail.
Naughty knees.
Excuse me. Got a tickle. The Temperance card, which works really well because that's usually an angel in most decks anyway. And then instead of the Devil card, of course, you know me, I'm not just going to have a devil. We're going to have Satan. And then we have Barakiel, who I actually have a statue of Barakiel over there on my wall. Barakiel is the Angel of Blessings. It said that when you have troubles, Barakiel is the one who will answer you. Anael. It's really pretty. The Moon.
The Moon.
It's really pretty. Uriel is the Angel of Light. Jeremiel. Jeremiel literally means the Lord laughs.
Huh.
He's the Angel of Praise and Laughter. And the one that I always get mocked for saying, because I had rabbis teach me most of what I know, this is the Shekhinah card. And the Shekhinah is the presence. Every time that you feel something good, if you feel love, if you feel justice, that is the Shekhinah in your life. So I at least found a deck I can use. So, victory. Victory. They really are. I have played with tarot for a really long time. And I say play because I think people sometimes take tarot too seriously. One of my teachers who taught me how to read tarot for the first time said that the reason tarot can be spookily accurate is because each card represents an aspect of life, and then you introduce chaos by shuffling, which makes them more like life. And then when you pull the cards out, you're supposed to read them not just by what the book says, but what they invoke in you based on what the meanings of the cards are. And that makes you connect to it and see your life in the cards. And so it's not that they're predicting your future, in that you are kind of projecting where you are into them so that you can kind of see yourself in a reflection in a way you wouldn't have normally. And I much prefer that method of reading tarot. I'm not one of those people that doesn't think that there can be spookiness with tarot, because I do not do public tarot readings for people because of things that have come up in tarot readings that need to be said publicly. But I think that they're a good tool for life, and I think that they're a really good way to, when I get lost in a story, I like pulling my cards out and having, again, that randomness. What does that card say, and how can I use that to guide myself forward? For anybody who remembers, who was on that stream, for my last day of Camp Nano, I had too many ideas, and I didn't know which ones I wanted to write for each prompt. And so I pulled out my Steven Universe tarot cards, which are really shiny and hard to show. My Steven Universe tarot cards that my sister got me because I love Steven Universe. And these are beautiful. And this is Garnet. Garnet. That was our cake topper when we got married, because Garnet is a fusion between Sapphire and Ruby. And I am very Sapphire and my husband is very Ruby. And so when we got married, instead of having two people on the top of our cake, we bought a Garnet Funko Pop.
Oh.
And had Garnet on the top of the cake. And then all of our family didn't understand why there was a weird purple lady on the top of our cake. We also cosplayed for our wedding. I wore blue. We didn't like full cosplay, but I wore blue. My husband wore red. The preacher was a big fan of the series as well and actually quoted from it. We sang a song from the show during our wedding ceremony. My husband's best man was dressed like Steven, even going so far as gluing a gem to his belly. If anybody pulled his shirt up to look to see if there was one there, he glued one on his belly so he would have it. And my best person was a friend of mine who came looking like a glorious rocker chick from the 80s because I love my Lily. See, I used those I pulled the card, and whichever idea the card reminded me of, that's the idea I wrote for the prompt. And I think that they're useful in a lot of ways like that. Quite Adventure says, I often watch videos on YouTube and they can be accurate sometimes and a little creepy though. Yeah. And it's like I was saying, the cards, like I'm not going to go all the way through this deck because, I don't know how compelling it is to watch video of somebody showing cards. This is actually a replica of the Marseille deck, which is one of the oldest known tarot decks ever made that I have. These were actually originally made with woodblock prints. Oh. You may have actually seen, if you've ever looked at an article on tarot on like Wikipedia or something, they often have art from this on there because these are from the 14 and 1500s. Oh. But because nice. They're beautiful. But each card, because it represents an aspect of life, it's not hard to see yourself in those aspects. And that's why they work. That's why they mean something to us. And you need to be careful when people are trying to swindle you out of your money, telling you that they can tell you the future, because the future is chaos, y'all. The future is sheer and utter chaos. No one can see the future. We can have our best guesses. And sometimes when it's accurate, a friend of mine predicted every event that's happened in my life for the last 5 years, and so far, she has not been wrong. Woohoo!
So exciting.
We can make it work. Like I said, the segments on the show are 5 minutes long. So that's what I was setting as an outside limit to do it. If you're finished with your story and you want to join us, Laura, let me know, and we can put you up on here because I would love to actually talk about it.
Yes, I would too.
Sorry, I got texted, but not about this. I will get back to them later. Is that me?
I don't know. It might be.
Nope.
I can't.
Oh. Yeah, I muted my mic and it didn't go. I don't know. Who knows? Gremlins. As long as we don't have the ones that attacked Stephanie the other day. Alrighty.
She can join in 20 minutes.
Well, I'll probably still be here. I don't know about anybody else. My hubby is working tonight late, and I am terrible at taking days off. I would just be straight up on that. I am terrible at taking days off. Saturday is my day off, right? Because we have so little time together, right? So Sunday is our day off together. Monday is his day off and do his woodworking and whatever. And Saturday is my day off. So I usually work on Mondays while he's out in his woodshed making. He came home the other day and got frustrated and made himself a workbench just because he realized he didn't like the table he had. Like, I just went outside and there's a whole new workbench just sitting there, and I'm just like, where did that come from? He's like, I didn't like the one that was in here. Okay. Like, he is so creative with stuff like that. It amazes me. But today's my day off, so I can do whatever I want to. And I'm terrible at taking time off because I enjoy writing. I enjoy podcasting. I enjoy my work, right? But I need to not be writing today. I've written so many words. So many words. Laura, I went ahead and sent you a link, so whenever you're ready, just come on in. But I've written so much lately, like I just need to stop. That's not easy. And so I was like, people have been asking me just to do a chat stream. Sorry, my allergies are acting up today, y'all. And I was like, people have been asking me to do a chat stream for a while, and I was like, fine. That's what I'll do. If people show up, I'll talk to them. If not, I've got my box of cards that I'll just sit here and flash the screen and entertain my own self, because I can convince myself not to get work done if I'm like, look at all the pretty pictures. New pretty pictures. Have you seen these pretty pictures? By the way, everybody's seen these. These are the Rider-Waite. This is my Rider-Waite deck that everyone has. Who is calling me? I can't do this right now. Okay. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute.
Okay.
This might be a thing.
Okay. So how are you doing, Tess?
Oh, I'm having fun. I need to get back into my blog. I've let it go for over a month and a half now because of NaNoWriMo, and like my followers are like going away, from not putting anything on it. So I need to start. I just don't seem to have the desire. I'm really hooked into the story I'm writing, and I really prefer to write that right now. So I'm having a hard time getting myself back in the groove of doing, because I used to blog every day, at least a couple times a day. I'm not doing anything. I haven't written anything on there. I wrote on there, I won. That was it. It's like, that's the end of it. And I spend all day staring at these 4 walls, or how many walls I got in this apartment. And, I guess, like you guys, I don't go out unless I really have to.
Yeah.
I don't like, but I have a lot of doctor appointments, so I do have to go out way more than I prefer to. I'd rather not.
Yeah.
But
just a quick
I don't
update.
have a choice.
Everything's fine.
That's good. Glad to hear
Somebody
that.
got my schedule confused and thought that I was just doing nothing right now. I was like, no, what you doing? I'm on a live stream on YouTube. I'm so sorry. How you doing? I'm like, yeah, that's fine.
Well, when you started talking, somebody knocked on my door, and I know who it is. It's my neighbor. He's here every night. I was like, I am not dealing with you tonight. I'm not answering the door. Go away. Just be on your little way.
I'm going to grab some water real
something.
quick. I'll be right back.
All right. But yeah, I just wanted to chat, because this way, like I said, even if nobody watches, right? I look at this as kind of a way, like my first stream ever was just, if I don't turn the camera on, I'm never going to turn the camera on. And I turned the camera on. I'm fiddling with all the knobs to see what works. I know you watched it.
I watched it. It was funny.
Because I left it up, and it's like, there's a certain amount of just making myself do things. I think that's kind of where I'm at right now in my life, is just, I have over the years said no. Like, that's been my default. Like, I can't do that. I know myself, I can't do that. I am incapable of doing that.
I do the same thing. All that self-doubt, and I just can't do it. And yeah, you can do it. You just have to put your mind to it. And I found the same thing with making the first video. It's like, I can't do this. I can't do this. And then it's like, you can do this. You can do this.
That's why my first real video is horrible. It's the one that I did, the My Wildest Publishing Dreams. It's horrible. I was sitting on the deck with the dog, kind of having that, I really been thinking about starting an author tube channel. I just watched Kevin the Writer. He's Kevin the Writer now, not Kevlandia. Kevin the Writer's channel,
Kevin the Writer,
where he had done his video. And was like, it's not a tag, but I'm going to do it like it's a tag. And I'm just like, okay, well, if you're doing it like it's a tag, I'm just going to pretend it's a tag and I'm going to jump on. And I just pulled my phone from my pocket, sitting out on the deck with the people mowing the lawn. Because, like, as soon as you turn the camera on, of course, everybody gets on the lawnmowers. Of course, making all the noise and ruckus. And I was just like, I don't care. I'm doing this because if I don't, I never will.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I'm at with everything right now. And I do have a wee bit of concern in some respects that I need to, that I'm saying yes to too many things, because I do have that problem.
I've noticed that, Charlie, that you have irons in every pot.
I do. But see, I recently, I'm just going to say it because it's not like a secret and I'm not ashamed of it. It's just people treat me like I'm kooky every time I bring it up. Last year, about this time, I started taking CBD for my joints because I was basically needing a wheelchair again. Just flat out. And my joints don't bother me anymore. I can get up and I can move around. I'm not in constant pain. My anxiety is mostly gone, except for when I have flare-ups. And I feel like doing stuff again. And I feel like I've wasted 40 years of my life. And I mean that because for the first 40 years I was on this earth, I was afraid of everything. I was, I'm going to make a fool out of myself. People are going to make fun of me. People aren't going to like me because the way I look, the way I talk, the way I think about things.
I can so relate.
40 years, I just lived in that place. And when I got out of my unscheduled mental health vacation, I just realized, who cares? Like, honestly, like, why am I worried about these nameless, faceless goons out in the world that I will never interact with again? And a lot of that was brought on by the fact that it was shortly after my book Shine Like Thunder came out. I did a book signing in town. And a couple weeks after the book signing, I was at the San Francisco Bread Company in town. And I was walking out, and somebody who bought my book at the book signing was there and decided to yell at me and call me a race traitor for having not white people in the book that were portrayed positively, and yelled and screamed at me in public for an extended period of time. And I am of Irish heritage, and you don't do that. And we did not come to blows. But words were spoken. The manager of the store came out and asked if I wanted them to call the cops to get rid of her. And I was like, no, I got this. And it was at that moment, like, this is the person I'm afraid of, right? This is literally the person I'm afraid of, standing in front of me, getting upset because I had the audacity to put a Persian character in one of my books.
Ooh, how dare you?
How dare. And I say Persian, not Iranian, because it's in an alternate. It doesn't take place on Earth, y'all. I just thought I should explain that. I was pulling on a lot of old mythology and basically just used a name. And she kept saying Persian, and I'm just like, Rrr. But I'm like, here it is. I mean, this is literally my nightmare, right? This is the nightmare scenario, right? A nameless, faceless person just yelling at me because I am a failure as a human being, and I don't give an F. Like, I really could care less. In fact, I was just angry that she had the audacity to stop me randomly on the street to do it. I mean, who does that, right? And that to me was like just this watershed moment in my life where it's just like, why do I care? Why do I have all this anxiety about what other people are going to think, if they like me, if my personality is too much, if my interests are just too weird? Like, yes, I'm 43 and I'm surrounded by stuffed animals because I wasn't allowed to be a girl when I was a child. And so I have all of my pretty things now. As I should. But I pay my bills, I pay my taxes, and I'm a responsible human being. But I don't care anymore. I just don't care. And I, like, if anything in this universe, like, that's my gospel to preach to the world. Stop caring what other people think about you. You're just holding yourself back, If I could get any of those 40 years back, who knows where I would be right now. And it's not like I wasn't doing anything. My first book came out in 2005. My podcast started in 2007. It's not like I wasn't doing anything, but I was just living trapped in this fear of like, oh, I can't have opinions, and I can't talk about some of the weird things that I like, and I'm going to have to make sure that all of my stories are just appropriate. And who cares? They're going to come after us. They're going to come after you one way or another anyway. And so, I just, more than anything, like, that's what I want people to get. It's why
it's a difficult lesson to learn.
It is, but it is so vital because it's literally a switch in your head. Like, you have, okay, it's happening, y'all. I'm going to have to put the flag on this one because I'm going to say an F word. You have a give fucks and a no give fucks switch in your head. You do. And trust me, you'll know when you flip that breaker. You'll know. It'll just be like,
I think mine's broken.
Because, since I stopped caring what other people think about me, I have met some of the most amazing people. My beloved Commodore, who was in the chat earlier, I never would have met her. Never would have met her if I hadn't had that moment already. Right? Because I was at a convention and I just overheard a conversation. No. She was... I have not asked for their permission to say their names, so that's why I'm using like code names for people here. But Captain Hamburger was started singing, reciting the lyrics to "Wasted Youth" by Jim Steinman as performed by Meatloaf, because Meatloaf has no talent. He's a talentless hack who can only work when Jim Steinman pulls his strings, because Jim Steinman has talent. But anyway, he was reciting the lyrics to "Wasted Youth" by Jim Steinman, which is on Bat Out of Hell 2, if nobody's ever heard it before. It is a wonderful diatribe with a lot of yelling and cursing in it. And I was amazed that anybody else had heard this, because it's an off track. It's not it would never be a single. It's literally a story about a guy killing somebody with an electric guitar so he can have power to do rock and roll. And getting stopped by his father because his father doesn't understand why he would treat an expensive musical instrument that way. Funny. Jim Steinman has talent, y'all. Just say it. And I just jumped up off the bench, went over, and started reciting it with him. And we went through the whole song from beginning to end. And because of that, I met probably the 8 most important people in my life. Outside my husband and fam. I never would have done that if I cared, right? If that switch hadn't gotten switched in my head, I would have stayed on that bench, giggled to myself that somebody else knew the words to that song, right?
Yeah.
But I just didn't care, and I just thought, this is going to be fun. I'm just going to jump up and do it. And there we are, And that's what I'm saying. You don't know what you're missing out on, because what's the worst thing that he would do? Be like, excuse me, no. I am reciting this extremely inappropriate song in this extremely public place right now. Would you please sit your buttocks back down so I can continue to be inappropriate alone? Right? Like, what's the worst thing that happens in that scenario? I can bet your mind came up with something when I said that. Oh, I get embarrassed. I get turn red. What if I forget a line? Right? Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Who cares? Right? I mean, seriously, who cares? I got to meet my childhood hero. I've been listening to the music of Kathy Mars since I was 16 years old because she showed up at a folk sing that I was at and called me out. She pointed right at my face and said, I noticed everybody sung a song here but you. You know how I feel about singing in public. I do not have a good singing voice. Not at all. In private, I sing like a banshee, and people probably think there are dead people all over the house. I sing with nobody when I think nobody's watching. But here's my hero. This is a musician that I've been listening to since I was 16, pointing right square at my face, going, and I don't know why, but this is what, bringing us full circle here, the words to Hey There Cthulhu by Eben Brooks started going through my head. And so I sang, to the best of my limited abilities, all the words of Hey There Cthulhu by Eben Brooks. And I got to the end, and she looked at me and went, I'm about to get told off by my childhood hero. This is the worst day of my life, right? I'm panicking. So I mosey up, sit down. She points at a seat next to her. I sit down next to her. She looks at me and she says, what'd you say that next song was called? She pulls out a notepad out of her purse. Writes it down. Did you say did that? Writes it down. I love the Cthulhu mythos. I love those stories. I've never heard that song. Where did you find that song? We hung out all night. Literally all night. She bought me breakfast the next morning. We hung out all night.
Wow.
We shared contact information. She gave me permission to base the current setting I'm writing on off of one of her songs, wrote a blurb for the first book that came out in it, and we still communicate to this day.
Wow.
Because
that's so cool.
I did not give in to that fear of what's the worst thing that could happen. You have to stop that. Like, seriously, if I can get one thing across in anything that I do in this world, it's to get people to realize, like, don't hurt other people and just don't be nasty for nasty's sake. That's really the only rules in life.
That's kind of like what we were talking about earlier. Yeah. We were talking about. And yeah, that's, for me, I wasted so much of my life, like you said, worrying about what everybody else thinks. Not doing things because I was afraid to try. Missed out on so much in my life. And I'm 60-some now. So that's a lot of life to miss out on. All because I was afraid. Fear. Just fear.
And you better believe I'm trying to make up for it now. It's kind of hard in quarantine, but...
It's kind of hard to do anything in quarantine right now.
But, I'm doing all these silly self-portraits on Instagram. One of those self-portraits got seen by an artist that I absolutely love. And they asked if they could use it in one of their upcoming videos.
Oh, wow.
So I'm going to be featured in Chris Vaughn's next video. And I'm just ecstatic about that because his performance art is phenomenal. And I absolutely love it. Because I don't care. Literally. But you know who does care? It's Laura Nettles.
Hey!
Hi, Laura.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Laura.
Hello.
Get me off my sermon, girl.
I'm so happy I finished the short story. It's 290 words. I revised it already. It's only half a page.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I was talking about this last night on the stream. I think so many people are afraid to put their work out there, and I feel like this feels like it would be people will feel it's a safe space to put their work out.
Do you want me to read it now or save it for the podcast only?
Save it. We need to tease people.
Okay.
People. Come on, how am I going to get that rich podcast money? You know, it's YouTube money, you know. I mean, we're all breaking it in. I mean, that's why we're here right now. I mean, those massive checks from YouTube. I mean,
oh yeah, all the dough,
all that dough. I mean, just money.
I started a new bullet journal today because my other one was finally full.
Ooh.
So it's my haunted mansion. And so I went through and I was doing my goals. And one of my goals is to write 3 short stories for your podcast this year. So
that's so cool.
I'm excited.
I love that goal.
And I'm not going to say, unless you want to go into it, because I don't know what about my life is boring, because the stories I think are boring, when I tell them to people, they're just like, what? I can't judge my own life anymore. But like I was saying earlier in the stream, I'm planning to do some like Welcome to Nightville stuff on the show for season 4, because if you've never tried to find a topic to talk about for 30 minutes a day, every day for a year.
Wow.
So, you know, I'm still going to be doing the reviews. I'm still going to be doing all the stuff that, you know, World Building 201 starts on Wednesday. So we're going to be talking about Jungian archetypes and how to develop a mythology for a fictional world. But so I decided that I really wanted to do this like story thing, and I'm kind of hoping people will get into it and just start randomly sending stuff like contributions from the crazy world that the story is taking place in, because I just want to have fun this year. I had my whole year planned out. All right. Had to censor all the bad words because they were in like 5 different languages, y'all. Like they let Curly try to get through the door there. I'll come out for a second. Plans that none of them are happening this year. So I've just decided to have as much fun as possible. And
good plan.
I need to name my cardinal. If anybody wants to help with anything, one of the episodes a week is going to be in the world of His Dark Instruments, which is the fan fiction series that I'm doing. And I am going to be playing a cardinal in the Church of Darkness.
I can only think of Cardinal Richelieu.
I've been trying to think of a playoff of that so hard, and I can't. Like I need a dirty pun that's like not dirty until you think about it for a second. Like the most famous character that they've done, Cardinal from the actual storyline, is Cardinal Copia. The first time you hear it, you don't think about it, and then you stop for a minute, and you go. Like eventually it gets you, because he's Italian, and that has meanings. But I'm trying to think of a name, and Glory writes, the blues is here. Just woke up after 17 hours of sleep. Wow,
That's a lot of sleep.
I can understand being disappointed that it's still 2020, because I think we're all disappointed that it's still 2020. Like, I don't even want 2021. Like, I'm at the point where I'm just like, okay,
21 and a half at least.
I don't know. 2024, I think some interesting things happened in some sci-fi books. Can we just skip ahead? Like, I know they said that the weird dystopian future was going to be in 2020, where all the cyberpunk nightmares took place and the zombies roamed the earth. I didn't think they'd be right.
Right.
So when's the supposed to start happening? See, we meet the Vulcans in 2085. So according to Star Trek, so can we just meet the Vulcans already? Can we skip the eugenics? Like technically we should be in the middle of the eugenics war right now on the Star Trek timeline. But yeah. I'm ready to meet some Vulcans. Can we just
give me all the Spock?
Give me all the Spock. Sorry. Happy memories. Happy memories. Ethan Peck is a sweetheart. Okay. Sorry. I honestly don't remember what stories I've told and what I haven't, so sorry. But Ethan Peck is a sweetheart. As everybody just stares at me. Like Spock in the new Star Trek stuff. He's the young Spock. It's not Zachary Quinto, because Zachary Quinto's Spock was not my Spock. Hashtag not my Spock.
Okay, I understand, but I still enjoyed it because it's Zachary Quinto.
I'm not saying I didn't enjoy it, but like, first of all,
I enjoyed Kirk too, though.
I'm just gonna say this, and I apologize, but I've already said the F word twice on this podcast, on this episode, so hey, Leonard Nimoy, like birth of my understanding of hey. And you can see it in my taste of men's all through the rest of my life. And I had the very good fortune to actually meet Leonard Nimoy. So that
we were supposed to see him at a con, like he was supposed to show up and be on the panel, but for some reason he couldn't make it. So it was a Skype call of him calling in with his son playing guitar and singing. It's so cool.
Leonard Nimoy. If you want to love Leonard Nimoy for something that's not Star Trek, look for his book Shekhinah. I believe he spelled it with a C, S-H, I think it's S-H-E-C-I-N-A. It's a book of his photography, and it's beautiful. It is beautiful. He had a very good eye for the camera and did some really amazing things.
Didn't he also sing "In the Hole Lived a Hobbit"?
Yes. He also has, I think, 3 albums out where he sings. Much better than William Shatner does. Let's be fair. My cats, when they're wet in the bathtub, sing better than William Shatner can. Are we at that point in the evening? Is it time to just say all the bad stuff about William Shatner?
I don't know. He's really good at overdramatics.
Never go to a convention if William Shatner is there. I'm just going to say that up front. He has a penchant for pulling what he thinks are pranks.
Oh boy.
Pranks. Like one convention that a friend of mine was at, he dressed up in a full stormtrooper outfit and was basically a jerk to everyone all day. Like he tossed some tables in the dealer's room. He almost got into a fist fight with some people. And then when it came time that evening for him to come out on stage, he came out in the stormtrooper outfit, took the mask off, and said, "I bet y'all didn't know that I was out there with you today."
Oh, wow.
Bill. Not funny, Bill.
He supports Autism Speaks, so I don't like him for that.
And I'm not going to say anything that could get me in legal trouble. I'm just saying, look up what happened with his ex-wife. Just saying.
I do drink to that.
Yes. Old school Star Trek fan, we remember. Because I remember I am not Spock, but I also remember I am Spock, and he made amends. Bill. Yeah. Good thing is, it's very hard for me to get tipsy, and I've only had one of these so far. I have more. I just haven't gotten into them yet. I've been slow. Maybe I should fix that and see what stories actually come out. But what convention were you going to?
I grew up in San Diego, so San Diego Comic-Con.
Oh, gotcha.
And then I moved to Utah for college, and I went to the Salt Lake Comic-Con and Fan Expo, and then I moved up here to Toronto, and so I've been to the Fan X up here and Anime North, stuff like that.
For those of you who don't know, just to make it clear, Comic-Con, the brand Comic-Con is owned by a company that does nothing. They own the copyright, they own the trademark, and they sit on it. People have to license the use of the term Comic-Con from them to use it.
That's why it's FanX and Fan Expo.
So, well, I'm saying this because there are quite a few Comic-Cons around the country that pay the license to use it. They are not put out by the same people. Your mileage will vary. New York Comic Con has nothing in common with San Diego Comic Con, or I think they have one in Oakland. I know they have one in Illinois somewhere. And there are quite a few around the country. They simply pay for the license. You never know what you're going to get. Fan awareness is an important thing because it's easy to get.
Yeah, like the ones in Salt Lake, the first couple of years I was there were very small and were mostly like fan panels. And then the next couple of years, we actually got celebrities to come and we had amazing panels and it blew up and it was really cool. So that's where I met Fred and George Weasley. And
life goals.
Crap, what's her name? Is it Haley Atwell? Nebula?
Oh, Nebula. No, that's not Haley Atwell. That's
right.
Karen Gillian.
There we go. Her. Yeah. So I have pictures with her.
You had a good experience with Karen Gillian?
Yes, I have a picture with her. I have a picture with Mark Hamill, Adam West, and Burt Ward. So the classic Batman with the Batmobile from the 60s TV show.
Nice.
And then,
I'm a little fixated.
Samwise Gamgee.
I'm sorry. I'm just fixated on this. You had a good experience with Karen Gillian. I'm amazed. You were the first person I've ever heard say that. I've been to two conventions that Karen Gillian was at, and they were interesting. What period of her career was this in? Had she done the Guardians movies yet?
I think so.
Because
I know she had done, I think it was Oculus.
the last convention that I saw her at, let's see, that would have been probably 4 or 5 years ago. She was fairly prima donna about things, and I don't know if she was just having a bad day or a bad week, because that happens with some people, and they shouldn't take it out on the people that paid to see them. I'm just saying, like, for all of us writers here who are hoping to have audiences and fan bases, if somebody comes up to you really excited, no matter how bad you feel, smile at them and say thank you, because you think people won't remember the one time you lost your temper to a random person in public? I still hear stories, and I'm a nobody.
Yeah, so I would go to cons, I would get autographs, and I would get pictures with people. So
I love doing that. I've met, I think, most of the people that have ever been on a Star Trek series up until the new stuff. And because Star Trek is like really
your home.
Yeah, that's my native fandom. That's what got me hooked and got me started on a lot of this strange trip that I've been in. And I'm very fortunate. Like, I got to meet Mark Leonard, who played Sarek, Spock's dad, before he passed. Got to have drinks with Jimmy Doohan before while he was still with us. And let me just say, Scotty's not the only one that can tell some stories after a couple scotches. I think that's one of the other reasons why I've got a thing about Shatner, because when you've been in a room listening to just random stories from Nichelle Nichols and George Takei and Jimmy Doohan about William Shatner, let me just say, if you saw the roast of William Shatner, they weren't joking. They were just venting anger in his general direction, and people laughed. Just saying. But yeah, I got trapped in an elevator with Majel Barrett when I was like 10 and extremely claustrophobic.
Oh no.
And so I have this wonderful memory of Loxana Troy patting me on my shoulders going, "It'll be okay. They'll have it fixed soon. They'll have it fixed soon. It's okay. It's okay." So I would treasure that my entire life, because the wife of the great bird of the galaxy did a nice to me. But yeah, I think my favorite Star Trek encounter was I had a 2.5 hour conversation with Garrett Wang from Voyager, and didn't know who he was because Voyager had just launched and I hadn't really seen much of it yet. And he would later go on to be named Time TV Guide's sexiest man on television. I had no idea who he was. We're just sitting at a bar, having a good old time, and at 3 a.m, And somebody wanders up and goes, "May I please have your autograph?" And I'm just like,
Who are you?
wait, what? And then I heard him say it. I was just like, "Oh, hi. I know why you sat here with me for so long, because I treated you like a real human being." Go to conventions that Jason Momoa is at. Jason Momoa. Oh, Jason
He was
Momoa.
the booth next to her doing the photos.
Oh my goodness. Jason Momoa is so much fun. And if you know anything about the sports ball, you will get to have long conversations with Jason Momoa. And I say it that way because depending on the time in the season, whatever the sports ball is that's currently sports balling, he will talk forever about it. He's a really big sports fan. And luckily my husband, because of owning the restaurant, has learned a lot about the sports balls so that he can deal with the normal people at the restaurant. And so we got to have a long sit-down talk with a lot of cheering of drinks and stuff with Jason Momoa over various sports ball activities.
That's funny.
He's amazingly fun. He's a really nice guy. And really, really loves his kids. Like, that's the other topic. Like, if you randomly run into Jason Momoa and just want to talk, like, have a extended interaction with him, just ask, "How are your kids doing?" He'll pull out his phone and show pictures.
Oh, that's funny.
It's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. So, you missed the shop talk earlier, Laura.
Mm-hmm.
So, how is your work going?
It's going well. I've only done, I have done 4.5 hours of world building this month so far, but I've been rereading this book.
I need to get
and
that.
I am this far in again for round 2. I have this another bullet journal where I'm actually like taking notes from the book.
That's really cool. I'm gonna have to buy that.
And then in the back, I've been writing down favorite quotes that I've found so I can analyze them and see why it is I like them. My favorite sentence from that book quote that she quotes as an example of awesomeness is, "The house smelled musty and damp and a little sweet, as if it were haunted by the ghosts of long dead cookies."
Oh, Neil Gaiman.
That's amazing.
American Gods, Neil Gaiman.
I was going to say, that sounds familiar, but I can't place it. Yeah.
So good.
Let's just give some snaps to Neil Gaiman for being a master wordsmith. I mean, for goodness sakes.
So, since we're snapping, which finger do you snap with? Like,
Middle.
I do this one.
My mama taught me right.
I can't snap with my other fingers.
Okay, I was talking.
the middle one.
All of them at the same time.
I just can't.
I was talking to Tessa earlier about this. I grew up on the East Coast, and the East Coast has a fairly active ball scene with a lot of houses. If you've ever seen the TV show Pose, like that with less drama and dead bodies in the closet. But good show if you haven't seen it. Billy Porter's in it. Billy Porter is my life. Anywho, so when we would have problems at home, we would often be adopted by a mama into a house who would help show us the ropes, show us what's safe, how to take care of ourselves, often let us live with them if our parents didn't let us stay at home, which was a thing that luckily doesn't happen as much as it used to, but still happens to this day. And so I kind of came up in that system, and mama was very clear. You snap with your second finger because your first finger might need to do some pointing. Mama taught me right. You always snap with your finger because you never know when your first finger has to do some pointing.
I can't snap very well, but that's the way I do it.
Mama Barry, if you ever find out, I'm still passing on your wisdom. No. Never know. And she was the master at that too. You always knew you were in trouble because Mama would come into the room and just go. You knew you had it. Like you'd start running through all your recent sins in your mind. Which one Mama found out about that you were about to get it for? Good. It's power.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. So, I used to. I can't even snap any other way anymore. That's the only way I can do it. Because as I was instructed to say, my mama taught me right. But, oh my goodness, my house is filled with Neil Gaiman right now because when we're not watching that amazing War for Cybertron series, that I'm gonna have to find some people that are into Transformers so I can geek out with them because I don't know anybody else but me and some people I follow on YouTube. It's so good. We're listening through the audio drama of Sandman that just came out. And if you've never read Sandman, that was my introduction to Neil Gaiman. It was a comic book series that he did, and Yoshitaka Amano did a lot of the artwork for it. It is beautiful. There were other artists as well throughout the run, but DC is wanting to make Sandman a thing. And so they have rewritten the comics into an audio drama. Oh. And Neil is the narrator, and it's a full cast production. And the voices that they got, I mean, Dream's voice, like I was concerned because I love Sandman. If you can't tell, I love my fandoms a lot. And they had a thing that just said, Death calls out Dream. And I was just like, I'm going to have to listen to that. And if their voices don't upset me, because Death and Dream are two of my favorite characters from that. Like the Death spinoff comics are some of the greatest things ever. And I played it, and I was just like, these are the voices that have been living in my head for the last 20 years.
Oh, nice.
The outside. Yes, please. And they're doing the full run. This is the first part of it that's out now up at Audible. I think it's exclusive to Audible because they made a deal with DC Comics to put it out. Nice. But if you're not familiar with Sandman, oh my goodness, it is so good. And Neil's I prefer when Neil reads his audiobooks. I don't know if you've listened to any Neil Gaiman audiobooks. His reading of Stardust is my favorite thing ever, like on Earth. Because if you've never read Stardust, read Stardust. It's good. The movie's okay, but the book is so good and very different from the movie. Very different from the movie. But
is that the one with like the seventh son of a seventh son?
No, Stardust is the fairy tale with the witches and the pirates. The star falls from the sky, and the boy goes through the wall to find where the star landed because he found out that if you catch a falling star, it's good luck. And so he sneaks through the hole in the hedge and gets lost in this magical fantasy land.
Oh, cool!
And the star that fell is this beautiful girl. Because
I vaguely remember this movie.
Yeah,
I know I've seen it, but I just
Robert De Niro is in the movie. Robert De Niro plays a gay pirate in the movie.
Oh,
Captain Shakespeare.
So if you haven't seen the movie, definitely watch the movie.
I'm gonna have to watch it.
But the book is the movie. About halfway through the movie, it just went. There's no way we can turn the end of this book into a movie. And just does its own thing, which I'm fine with. It works fine for the movie, but it does not end at all like the book does. Like in any shape or form, it's kind of faithful, and then it just goes, oh, I don't know.
Throw in the towel.
About this, Michelle Pfeiffer's in it. She plays one of the witches in the movie. The movie's good, but Neil reads the book, and because it's this fairy tale, he has that wonderful kind of sarcastic tone to his voice. Anyway, and when they recorded him, he's nice and close on the mic, so it feels like he's sitting right next to you, just reading the book to you. Nice. And with his sarcastic wit, like any joke you didn't get reading the book, when you hear Neil intone the words, you're like, oh, I get it now. I missed some humor the first time through. It's really good, but definitely definitely check out any audiobook Neil Gaiman records, because they're worth the price of admission. But yeah, he narrates it, and it's a full cast. I'm really excited. They've tried to turn it into a movie and TV series, I don't know how many times. And I'm just like, you can't do it. The cast would be huge, because the story starts when Dream is kidnapped in the 1960s, which is why the counterculture revolution stops. Because Dream is literally imprisoned. And that's what led to the 70s and the 80s and everything going forward. And Dream eventually, of course, escapes. But we meet characters, and they're like 12 years old, and then they're 20, and then they're 30, and then they're in their 40s, and then in their 60s, and from all over the world. So like the cast would be huge if you tried to do it as a TV show, but it works really well as an audio drama. And if you all want me to start doing actual video review videos on the channel that review audiobooks, I could definitely do that, because yes. You found Glory Writes the Blues found Neil Gaiman through my brother, who loves Sandman. So when I owned the comic book shop, I collected every issue of Sandman and its spin-offs as that's so cool, as a gift for him. While I collected, I read them and was hooked. They're so good. They're so good. Neil Gaiman is one of the few people that anytime somebody's like, well, comics are for children, I pull out either my Zeitgeist comics, which are gory monster fests that are definitely not safe for adults, much less children, and show them to them, or my Neil Gaiman or my Alan Moore stuff to be like, tell me this is not literature. Read this and tell me this is not literature, even though it's got pictures in it. Yeah, that is an amazing gift. That is an amazing gift, because there are a lot of them. Because I think, it went through 5 volumes, and each volume was, I think, 20 books, and that's just the main line, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. And then you have the Death spinoffs, because most of the Eternals ended up getting their own spinoffs. There's a lot. There's a lot. I probably would not have met my husband if it wasn't for Neil Gaiman, because I was a huge fan of Death, who's one of the characters from Sandman who got spun off, and I met Stinky, named after a comic book series that if you can find, called Stinky the Terrible, which is about a young child with the filthiest mouth on Earth, because Stinky was a young child with the filthiest mouth on Earth.
Literally filthy or verbally filthy?
Verbally. Like, I heard curse words from him, and I'm like almost 10 years older than he is. Like, he was a caricature from a film. I mean, he could curse prolifically from a very young age, and knowing most of his brothers, I understand why. I met him because he was wearing a Death shirt, and I stopped and I was like, "That's a really cool shirt." And we started talking, and he was like, "I'm running this vampire LARP. Would you be interested in going?" And I was like, "Oh, that sounds like fun." And my husband was there at that LARP, and that's not the first time we met, but that's the first time we actually hung out together. So if it wasn't for Neil Gaiman, I may not have. My life may have been very different, very, very different.
Wow.
Or more, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a lot. It's a big story, which is what made me really excited when they said that they're going to turn the entire Neil Gaiman run of it into an audio series, because they're so good. They're so good. I kind of wish they would take this audio and make a motion comic out of it. Like, I don't even want them to like fully animate it. Just like take the art from the original book. Like, you don't have to animate it. Just have the artwork up and then the voiceover underneath. I would buy that in a heartbeat. You hear that, DC? You need money right now. You will get a lot of our money. I know you're not watching, but
You should.
you should do that. Why are you leaving money on the table? I bought your stupid Watchmen motion comic because I can't get enough of that book. Did I talk over somebody? It sounded like somebody tried to say something.
No.
No.
Okay. Gremlins. Amass so many because people bring their less loved comics to sell at the store for store credit. I don't understand how I don't understand how that could be a less loved comic series. I don't understand. But then again, people are people. What can I say?
The world is weird.
The world is weird.
I keep wondering when I'm going to start getting copyright strikes from the amount of times I quote song lyrics to make a point, because I do that. I just realized
Devin
that.
wanted Haley and I to sing on our last stream. It's like, no.
Yeah, I as I've mentioned before, I've used to do mixing for people back in the day, and I can't find my contracts. And so I don't know what the copyright status is of some of the old mixes that I did, but I can't find them on any of the streaming services. So I made them into little YouTube videos, and I put them up unlisted on my channel to see if they get taken down. I'm curious to see what happens. Like, can I share these? Like, I don't care about making money off of them. Like, I'm proud of some of that work, and I would like it to get into the world. Like,
Yeah.
I worked with the Beastie Boys, man. Like,
You worked with the Beastie Boys?
yeah, I did a remix of the Beastie Boys song "Alive."
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm so jealous.
back in the day, I did remixes for the Black Eyed Peas featuring Macy Gray, which I didn't know who the Black Eyed Peas were at the time. I was excited because Macy Gray. She was big at the time, and they were just getting started. I did a remix of their song. Actually, I think the song's actually called Request. It was their song Request Line. Did a remix of that. I did a remix of Music by Madonna, which she did not like, but I noticed that the next album from No Doubt that were on Maverick Records at the time sounded a lot like it. Just like, as well as an odd Alanis Morissette song that came out on the Feast on Scraps. I'm not accusing anybody of copyright theft. Like, they are clearly different songs, but that idea of the pop sensibilities with the hard rock instrumentality I did with it, I found it odd that she was like, nobody will ever like that, and then like within a year, other artists on her label were putting stuff like that out. Just timing. Let's see, who else did I work with? I did a song with Depeche Mode.
Ooh, nice.
Back in the day. Yeah, cat fell. She's trying to sleep on a windowsill that's not wide enough for her, and then she falls asleep and just goes flump, and she won't learn that it won't hold her up. She's so stubborn. Like, I'm not asleep here.
You just sit them down and get them to talk about potential energy.
For some reason, they do not care about my physics lectures. But yeah, I did quite a bit of remixes back in the day, and I can't find them anywhere because they were all like B-track, like they if you remember back in the day when people went and bought CD singles, and they would have like the actual song and then like four. Am I too old for? Like, I'm seeing like people's eyes below me going, "What's a CD single?"
Hey, I'm older than you are, so.
But it used to be they'd come out and they'd have like the main track and then like 3 or 4 remixes of that track on them, and a lot of those remixes have kind of been lost to time because when everything went streaming, the labels just put up the albums and not the singles, so all of that work has kind of disappeared, and so a lot of work of my friends and that I did back then has just vanished. Wow. And I don't want to make any money off of it. Like, I'm not like, it's not like that. It's just, I'm proud.
You're not rolling in dough?
I was, somebody tried to book when my album Manifesto came out, because I did that for reasons. Like I said, I've lived many lives. When my album Manifesto came out, I got a request to do a festival circuit. And this would have been in like 99, I think. And I turned them down because I'm like, I'm an electronic musician. What am I going to do? Stand up there with a light show and a laptop and be like, yeah, for 2 hours?
Exactly
It's
what
like,
people do now.
nobody did that then. But nobody did that then. This is what I'm talking about when I say, when people offer you things, say yes to it. Can you imagine what my life would have been like if I had said yes to that? Like, I might have been dead mouse. Who knows?
Marshmallows.
You know, like nobody was touring like that. DJs didn't tour, you know, and I was a studio mixer, you know, so I had worked with some electronic instruments, but you know, it's like, I'm not, you know, what am I going to do? Just stand there and just be like, yeah, party, you know, I couldn't imagine what I would do. And like, I look at today and I'm just like, okay, well, that was a missed opportunity, wasn't it? Like, I'm not saying I would have made it big or anything, but who knows? Like the road not traveled, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just like those songs to be out there because, especially the 9 Inch Nails song I did, for Only, I still listen to because I actually like it better than the one that's on the album because I missed his old style. And so basically I remixed it to sound like something that would have been on something between closer, like on a mythical album between Pretty Hate Machine and the Downward Spiral. Like if there were an album in between those two, my mix would have been on that album. And I liked it. He liked it. He put it out as on one of those singles that no one can find anymore. But that's also like the thing, like the Project Shadow. Like I know I've got a few people that every now and then will be like, are you that Project Shadow? And they'll mention, because all my stuff said Project Shadow Remix back in the day. But I just want to put them out there. I don't want to get sued.
Yes, let's avoid that.
Let's see, that one. There it is. Oh yeah, B-sides. Like that's the thing that just gets me nowadays, because you know, half the fun of being into music when I was a kid was hunting down the rarities. You know, because they'd put a song on like the European album that's not on the American album, or a song on the Japanese album that wasn't on the American album, or they would do these like weird B tracks on the singles. And it was so much fun to try to track all that down. And like, you knew how much you were into a band by how willing you were to like seek out all this crazy like ephemera. And now it's just like, I don't know, everything's on Spotify, Apple Music. Is Tidal still a thing?
I don't know.
So one of my sisters has a record player, and there's this album that I want to get her for Christmas, but it's been out of print for a while, not like a super long time. It's still available on eBay, but it's like over $100 for one vinyl. It's like, ouch.
I just,
That's a hit to the pocket.
out of the kindness of my heart, and because my sister, who I would do anything for, asked me to, I just gave my vinyl collection to my niece. She adores them, so it wasn't for nothing. But
My dad had all he's 88 now, and my sister has the collection, and she's going to see if there's anything in there that people may be interested in having, because they were back from when he was younger. And, you know, there's liable to be, though, of course, that generation is also passing on, so there may not be an interest in that particular, in the stuff he had collected. But she's going to try to see if she can find a collector who may be interested in all his old vinyl.
it's amazing. Like I love streaming music. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to sound like an old fuddy-duddy in a second. If I didn't have my streaming service account, I don't know what I would do with my life, because I found so many new bands and new artists that I never would have been able to find if I had to like shell out money for albums, individual albums, because I just don't have the money. But I can tell myself, here, I'm giving this much and I can listen, right? But there is a version of Mac the Knife by Billie Holiday that I had on vinyl that is nowhere on any streaming service anywhere. And it drives me crazy because it's this one live performance that she did with Louis Armstrong that is so funny, because Louis starts like, I don't know what the word is, like just egging her on during the song. And there's this whole back and forth between her and Louis Armstrong in the middle of Mac the Knife that is so funny and so sweet and so endearing. That album is not on any streaming service anywhere. And it drives me crazy because I'm just like, no, there's a lot of really good versions out there. No, I'm sorry, it wasn't Billie Holiday. It was Ella Fitzgerald. It was Ella Fitzgerald. But it's like, if we're going to live in this world with streaming,
we have to have everything.
Why wouldn't you have everything? It doesn't cost you anything. Like, the cost of storage now is so ridiculously small. You know, especially if you're buying in the bulk that these big companies are, right? I mean, it's less than pennies, you know, to get a giant storage unit if you're buying giant storage units, right? And it just drives me crazy because there are bands that I got into in the 90s that I paid for a Match account. That's one of the reasons why I'm with Apple Music, not Spotify, because Spotify wouldn't let me do this. I paid for a Match account because I have a whole CD collection that isn't available anywhere to buy or to stream anymore. Of like just weird bands like the Hatters. The Hatters were one of the greatest bands from the 90s that no one has ever heard of. They did like country fried Southern rock in the mid 90s. And they're amazing. If you can ever find a copy of their album, The Madcap Adventures of the Avocado Overlords, you will not...
I love that name.
Oh, it's a great album. And you will not regret it. It is so good. Like, When I Write My Last Song will bring you to tears. Found with My Drawers Down will make you laugh so hard, you better hope you're not drinking anything because it will come out the nose. Like, there's a song in there about frog racing, y'all. Okay. It is a wonderful, wonderful album, but it's not available anywhere because they never made it big. Like, nobody's ever heard of them. Like, I only heard of them because I used to go to record stores all the time, and I saw the cover, which is an avocado with a sombrero on that says The Madcap Adventures of the Avocado Overlords by the Hatters. And I just went, I need to know what you are. And just bought it. Because really, it was like a Mr. Potato Headed an avocado. Like, literally, they just stuck the eyes, the feet, and put the Mr. Potato Head sombrero on it, took a picture. The Madcap Adventures of the Avocado Overlords. I had to know what that was.
That sounds familiar, though I doubt I've actually heard it, but it does sound familiar. Maybe I've seen it.
Like, I couldn't pass that up, and this never bought it. But nobody's ever heard of that, you know? And, you know, Ex Divina and a lot of the other bands that they never made it huge. You know, they weren't Pearl Jam or Nirvana or any of that. So they're gone. Like, they've disappeared to the ether. And it's so just like gut-wrenching because it's like there's like this lost history. You know, when I talk about like the bands that I was into in my youth, like one of the bands, they're still around, but they got into a huge fight with their label, and their label had enough ownership over their records. They pulled down all of their stuff from streaming and digital sales. So they couldn't be out anymore. That's why when you hear people talking about 80s hair metal, you never hear people talk about Def Leppard. Up until last year, their record label refused to let them put anything on streaming or digital.
Oh, wow.
Which is why they did like 3 re-record albums of their greatest hits so that people could get their songs.
Yeah.
Like, the record labels were being real monsters to these people. And it's just like there's this whole thing out there. Like, there's a project in Denmark right now that I wish somebody would do in the United States that had the clout to do it. I wish I had the clout. I would do it if I did. Where they're going back through the old back catalog and releasing albums. Like, they're getting the rights. Like, they're contacting the artist and getting the rights and releasing albums that were forgotten.
Oh, wow.
And they are amazing. Like, they were so ahead of their time, they sound like today's music. Like, these were albums recorded in the 90s and the 80s and the 70s that were just too weird. And like, there's this one album that's like Billie Eilish, but it was recorded in the 1970s.
Oh, wow.
And that was just too weird. Nobody cared, you know, back then. But now, like, we have a Billie Eilish. What do you mean there's an earlier, like, you know, give us more, you know, like, it works. And I wish somebody would do that with American music, because who knows what's been lost to us.
Mm-hmm.
So my grandparents had a ton of records that they got ripped to cassettes. So I heard some music that we love. Like, our favorite Christmas song is Jingle Bells, but by Sandler and Young. And it's English main lyrics and then French descant above it. And it just morphs so well together. And it's so cool. And we couldn't find it for years. And it finally showed up like on YouTube 2 Christmases ago. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's on Christmas song. And now it's on iTunes. So it's like, yes.
See, my hero, Kathy Marr, when I say her name all the time, it's because I want people to get it stuck in their head. Her record label won't reissue her albums. But because they're not out for sale, they can't copyright claim them. So she gave her best copies of them to somebody to make YouTube videos out of them. So her entire back catalog is available as YouTube videos for people to listen to, because her record label's like, nobody cares enough about you. It's too much work to do this. And she's just like, well, my friend did it in his basement and put it up on YouTube. You want to use those digital masters? Like, you know, it's amazing what people have to go through. And then when you think about all the books that have probably been lost to us.
Yeah.
Because I think about that all the time with like H.P. Lovecraft. Just thinking about Cthulhu, right? H.P. Lovecraft was not big in his own lifetime. He started getting fame in the 1970s when authors that knew him, like Brian Lumley and I just lost his name, the man who wrote Psycho, Bloch.
Only knows Alfred Hitchcock.
Robert Bloch, who wrote the book Psycho that the movie's based on, actually went to Lovecraft's house when he was a kid because he read one of his short stories and asked Lovecraft to teach him how to write horror. And so these people kept Lovecraft's memory alive and kept his work in print. August Derleth, luckily for us today, messed up when he released the early collections of it because Lovecraft willed everything to T.S. Joshi, and Joshi didn't renew the copyrights, and August Derleth didn't have the right to, which is why all of Lovecraft is in the public domain right now.
Oh.
You can do anything you want to with an H.P. Lovecraft story because August Derleth messed up when the Millennium Digital Copyright Act came out and did not re-register the copyright. And then Lee was legally shown to have not had the authority to have done it, even if he had tried. But think about it. If there wasn't this small cabal of, T.S. Joshi and Robert Bloch and these people who would eventually make names for themselves in horror, right? Nobody would have remembered his work. And we can talk about whether that's for the good or the bad because, the racism and the sexism and the, stuff. But he gave us an entire vocabulary of horror that we did not have before, right? How many of those have we missed because they didn't have the good fortune to have people that would do that? Think about it. We wouldn't know Shakespeare if it wasn't for the fact that a friend of his got together with the actors that had performed his plays to collect versions of as many of his plays as they could to print after he died. Right? I mean, Imagine a world without Shakespeare? That would have happened. But luckily, some of his friends thought about collecting his work and publishing it after he died. Right? We could have had a world without Shakespeare. That would be a very different world. When you realize how much modern English descends from Shakespeare, that he coined the words, And just the idioms that we use every day are from Shakespeare.
Yeah.
Like, it would literally be a very different world. So who knows what all is just sitting in a shelf somewhere. Unloved, unpublished, unprinted, or that was published and got forgotten.
Yeah.
You know, I'm so mad at the Author Guild of America for suing Google over the orphaned works. Right? Google scanned every book that they could find in every library. But if Google can't find and contact the rights holder, they're not allowed to make that book searchable. Because they're stealing money from an unpublished work. It's like, if you were really concerned, Authors Guild of America, you would have just had them put the money, any money they made off of them, in trust, right? Well, establish a standard royalty, put it in trust. Who knows? I mean, they're talking about like thousands of books that they have scanned. And they did the high-res OCR scans that if you've ever used Google Books, it's a good OCR scan. You can search those pictures and find the exact passages you're looking for in books, right? That are just locked up because we don't know who owned them. So we have to wait for an arbitrary date so that those can maybe see the light. But if the Authors Guild gets its way, those scans are going to have to be destroyed.
Oh, man. That's just painful.
Another Library of Alexandria.
Exactly, yeah.
Who knows what's in those books? I don't. They could be crap. They could be amazing. I mean, I know when I got into the Futurians, how hard it was to find the one and only book ever written about them, because it's been out of print since 1972.
Wow.
I found one. Beautiful train wreck. Beautiful train wreck. If you were a fan of any sci-fi writer from the 1930s that lived anywhere in the New York area, we need to have a chat. I got stories. They were more than likely part of a science fiction fan organization called the Futurians. That was a beautiful train wreck that just moved in slow motion. Oh, the drama that we forget in our history. Because many, many, many years ago, I was part of a project that parts of it spun off to, oh crap, I can't think of the name now. The Organization for Transformative Work, I think is what they call themselves now, where we were trying to save the history of fandom before it got forgotten. You know, we don't remember our history. We don't, look at ourselves as a culture and realize how much the stuff we do today that we see on Tumblr, they were like, oh, those kids today. People were doing that in the 1930s, y'all. They were just doing it on pen and paper with scissors and glue.
Yeah.
Like, that's not new. We just don't, we didn't save our history. I'm getting off. I'm going to get off my pulpit for a second. One of the many things that Charlie surprisingly has feels about, because I do have feels about a lot of stuff. But yeah, I don't know how this went. I had fun. I'm like I said, we've almost been streaming for 3 hours. I had fun. I like I said, I was talking to somebody the other day, and they're like, "You do long streams? Does anybody go back and watch all of them?" I was like, "Well, I know Tessa does because she's commented on a couple of them about things." But, I don't know. I think that's one of the things I'm thinking about doing, and I want your permission. That's why I'm doing this right now. And you can say no. This is not a pressure thing. I'm thinking of taking some of these streams and trying to do clips from them to make them more accessible.
That's a good idea.
I'm not necessarily going to do it for this one because I have a lot of work. But I've been thinking about that because, there have been so many moments that, like, I think back to some of the stuff that we talked about, like with Jules. Especially, I'm going to talk to Jules and Abigail because those really long streams we did on genre and stuff. I think there's a lot of really good tidbits in there that people are not going to see because we talked for like 4 hours.
Yeah.
that
Right.
would be good to cut out and put out.
That's a good idea.
YouTube's supposed to be putting in a feature during lives that you can click a button and it will mark the space while you're live, and it will auto clip it when it's doing the processing and put it up as an unlisted video on your channel for you to share later.
What?
That's
Yeah, apparently my what's it called, studio has weird links in it from time to time, because every time I mention something I see in there, people are like, where did you hear that? I was like, there's a big thing in the author studio about it, in the creator studio about it. Like, I didn't see that. That wasn't in mine. Maybe they like me. Maybe I got into a beta group. I don't know.
Maybe you just actually read the notifications.
yeah.
Maybe that's what it is. I'm the only person that's actually reading the notifications there. Yeah. If you're interested in it, if it's still there, they put up a video that's an interview with the head of Live. And they talk about a lot of the features. They're thinking about adding live polls to
That would
this,
be cool.
to the stream, so that when we ask, like, what do you want to do? People can actually vote, and you can watch the vote in real time and actually get an answer.
Do you want
Wow.
friends?
Yeah. So that'll be fun. I like the clips feature that they're talking about. There's a couple others that they talked about in there that just, it sounds like they have Twitch envy. I'm just going to say it that way. It sounds like they have Twitch envy. So I think it sounds like they're going to try to bring the stickers and stuff so that you can have triggered events. Like, those are going to be more for people that are monetized. But like, if somebody subscribes to your channel, it can do, like if you've ever watched a stream on Twitch, they can set up a trigger that if somebody subscribes to your channel to pay money, with money, it'll pop up a thing with their screen name on the screen right there with like a welcome video that you're able to set up yourself. It looks like they're trying to do that. And one of the features that they talked about sounded a lot like the raids that they do on Twitch, which I don't know have any of you done anything on Twitch or seen anything on Twitch?
I haven't.
The raids are really cool, and they're one thing that I wish YouTube had. Basically, at the end of a stream, you can take your audience and send them over to somebody else's stream.
Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
So it's just a command that you type into the chat that anybody who doesn't click off the video, they just automatically get taken over to somebody else's stream so they can keep watching. And we do so many events on AuthorTube, especially, where it's like, and after me is this person, and then this person, because the streaming schedule is really tight, right? That would be great to be like, oh, and Laura's streaming right after me, or Tessa's streaming right after me, and just click, wow,
Yeah,
and send your audience over.
Wow.
that would be nice.
That's led to a lot
Yeah.
of growth with streamers on Twitch. Because,
Do that. Yeah.
but yeah, I'm really excited about that. But I'm probably not going to do that for the stream. I don't know, but if I do, I will send them to you all first for permission to use, because I feel like anything retroactive is unfair because people didn't realize it would be clipped. You know what I'm saying? Like, I felt really awkward when I clipped out from the race to the finish. That moment when I finished the stream for a video, like, I really wrestled with, like, do I contact them first, or I don't know, it's really late, I need to get this video done. They'll yell at me if that's wrong. Fine.
I thought it was fun.
I had so much fun doing that because I was like trying to figure out, like, how do I describe that moment? I was just like, why don't I just show it? Like,
Yeah.
it's on film, y'all. But I don't know. I've been trying to think of ways to make AuthorTube more interesting, because it's not that I think it's uninteresting, but I don't know. I like the productivity talk. I really like the productivity talk, but like Brooke Passmore's recent video about why she's not finishing her New Orleans series, or Lizelle's like confessions about her early work, like that stuff for me has been so much more interesting and compelling, because that's stuff we can actually learn from in a lot of ways. And so, I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking out loud because I have to figure out what my videos for next week are. But, I'm just trying to figure out ways that we can make this more community and less like just slave drivery.
More dawdling.
Well, I know for like Wednesday, like if anybody wants to be on the stream with me Wednesday, more power to you. But I'm probably going to be doing the thing that I did and setting a talk timer because I've got a lot that I need to get to. I'm behind on my goals and I want to catch up. But there's a place and time for that. But I think learning from our experiences in some ways is a lot more valuable. Like I wish more author tubers talked more openly about their publishing experiences and whatnot, because it's why I'm always joking with Laura, like just get ready for the hate. Like you're writing a sci-fi book, and it's not going to be hate. Like they are so invested in what you're doing that they want to improve your work, so they're going to be like, the math was wrong when you did the escape velocity for your ship, and you really shouldn't have been able to pull off that maneuver.
I'm not doing any math.
Oh no, it doesn't matter if you do it or not. They will send you will get that email at some point.
I know.
You will get it because people get so invested, and you never know what people's quirks are going to be, right? And every time I tell one of those stories, people are just like, "That doesn't happen." I'm like, okay. Earlier this year, because I'm developing a space opera in the background, like secretly, not so secretly, I posted a thing about one of the races I'm wanting to write. I immediately got DM'd by somebody, and we went on for like 2 weeks debating whether or not life could exist on a tidally locked planet orbiting that color star at distance. And I had receipts because I knew this was going to happen, so I prepared. And we went back and forth tossing scientific journals at each other for a while until they finally conceded that I was right. I didn't. But all I did was post a little thing to World Anvil. And one of my readers saw it and was like, "You made a mistake. Like, this can't happen." Like, it wasn't like they were being mean or like, "Well, actually," it was just like, "Oh no, unforced error. We can fix this." Like, it was completely out of the kindness of their own heart. But you never know what's going to come. Like, some of those reader messages that you get, like, that's a tag that I should really try to start, is weirdest message you've ever gotten from a reader.
Yeah.
Like, I'll win because I got a letter from Ted Kaczynski, but like, because people aren't ready for that. Like, you worry about, I'm going to get a bad review on Amazon or this or the other thing. Like, you never expect I think I found an inconsistency in your magic system. On page 25, you said this, but on page 102, they do this, which seems inconsistent with the rules that were established earlier. And I know you're writing a second book, and it might be nice for clarity's sake if you could explain this to us in better detail. Completely out of the kindness of their own heart. They're not trying to be mean. They're not trying to be cruel. But it's like, somebody cared enough about my book to notice that.
Just throw it out the window.
Like,
Throw out their own rules.
I'm just saying, like, people need to, like, the reality of once that book gets out into the world, it's a mad, crazy thing. Because the reviews, reviews are what they are. But it's the fan mail. Because you never know. You never know. And especially if you're getting into sci-fi, like, people need to be warned. Like, there needs to be a warning label. Like, there needs to be a warning label. So you want to be a sci-fi. That should be my Thursday video. So you want to be a sci-fi writer. Let me tell you what you're in for. We're going to be questioning whether or not you understand how basic physics works. You're going to be accused of being a flat earther because of the way that you described an alternate plane. that existed in a parallel dimension that you didn't realize was supposed to comport to the natural laws of our existing physical universe. You are it is hilarious. Some of the letters that I've got, I call them letters because they come from all over and everybody calls it something different, and letters is one word. Like for all. But like I can only I live in fear of if I ever wrote a contemporary of because of my experience in sci-fi and fantasy, that I'm going to get a letter back going, if you're actually standing on that street on that day and time, I was there. I've got a picture on my Instagram, and the sun was actually. Because that person's out there somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It wasn't a full moon on that day in 1988.
The temperature was actually 75 instead of 80.
Okay, the Weather Channel has historical data going back to the 1930s where you can look up for a city the actual weather by hour.
Oh, nice.
Trust me, I worry about that. I get the weird email. So anything that I do that takes place in a real setting, I look up the moon phases for that particular time, and I keep track of it. And I have a page open with the weather in the area for that period of time because I know I will get called.
Oh, wow. I mean, I write contemporary. Never even thought of any of that stuff.
But see, this is probably because I'm the sci-fi fantasy thing, and people are so into consistency in the world. And if they happen to live in Maryland in the time period I'm writing, they're like, I was there. It wasn't like that at all. Rubs them the wrong way. And I have accidentally interrupted the internal consistency of the story by not comporting to their memories.
That's kind of what I'm worried about with my current story. Is it's set in California, and I'm basing it on my memories of California, and so I worry that it won't be California-y enough, if that makes sense.
As somebody who lived in California, let me just say there are at least 5 Californias.
Oh yeah, Southern California, the San Gabriel Valley area specifically. That's California.
3 basic rules for where I lived. San Francisco is called the city. No matter where you're from, no matter where you're at, San Francisco is the city. It's not San Fran. It's not Frisco. It's the city. It doesn't matter if you're in any of the other cities around there. The city is San Francisco.
That's funny.
If you write about Fresno, it smells like cows. Every time we drove by.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
And the road between San Rafael and Vacaville always smells like honeysuckle, no matter what time of the year it is. And it drives me crazy because you're like, where's the honeysuckle? It's like winter. Why is there honeysuckle? I mean, there's no snow because it's California, but still, why do you smell like honeysuckle?
That's funny.
Hi, Mary. Yeah. Because to me, the biggest thing that people get wrong about California is this idea that there's a Californian.
Oh, yeah.
I lived in the Bay.
Where you're from. My boyfriend's from San Diego, and I'm from the San Gabriel Valley area, and they're just 2 very different California experiences that we've had.
I lived in Oakland on the corner of 103. On the corner of 106 and Bancroft. Literally, Tupac Shakur wrote a song about the street I lived on. Which was fun because that was the 3rd fact I learned when we moved into the building by one of the other tenants.
Oh, gosh.
This place is famous. There's a song about it. Well, no, I didn't. And yeah, it's. I have to say, Oakland has the nicest human beings that walk the face of the earth. I'm just going to put that out there. I've lived all over this great country of ours. Oakland has the nicest human beings on the face of the planet. Even the mugger said please and thank you. I'm not kidding about that. That's not a joke. That sounds like a punchline. But even the mugger said please and thank you.
Wow.
There is an odd politeness in Oakland.
That's funny. There's definitely not a politeness where I grew up. What's his name? He's a famous like positivity coach.
Tony Robbins.
Tony Robbins. Yeah, he grew up in the city that I grew up in, and he was bullied. And it's still very big on bullies at where I grew up. I forgot where I was going with that, but
His name's fresh in my memory because I just watched a D'Angelo Wallace video about him and his pills.
his pills. What?
Apparently, Tony Robbins sells vitamins.
Oh, okay, that's
Happy pills?
interesting.
Vitamins. They're just vitamins. And I have to say, I don't know if any of you watch D'Angelo Wallace's channel, and he doesn't need the publicity because he's got like hundreds of thousands of subscribers. But I discovered him recently through another channel that used a clip of him in a video. While he basically does a drama channel, he has the most soothing voice in the history of soothing voices. Like he'll be talking about like the craziest, maddest things that happen in the world. But he's just got this wonderfully soothing voice that just calmly takes you through the whole thing. And I listen to him to relax. It's the only drama channel I am subscribed to because his voice is so relaxing. So definitely check him out because he just did a video about a YouTuber who shall not be named that did a thing with Jeffree Star and a makeup collection with Jeffree Star and a lot of other bad things, and showed up with receipts. And that's how I found out about him, because I was like, what's all this drama over on BeautyTube? And somebody was like, you have to just watch this video. I was like, okay, holy crap, he did what to a cat on film? I didn't need to see that, but you definitely brought receipts. He did. He and his mom used to do what to underage teens on video chat? And there's video of it? What? Yeah. And after all that, I was like, I should be a lot more worked up than I am. And then I realized his voice is so calm and soothing while he's talking about all of this utter insanity. Like, I watched an hour-long documentary about a very, very bad person. Very, very bad things, who is shocked that he's being canceled for that. And this isn't like one of those, it's taken out of context. Honey, I saw where your tongue was on that cat. You put that video up yourself. That's what we call an unforced error. Okay? But, yeah. If you need some soothing drama in your life, because those really shouldn't go together, but it's the wonderful world of YouTube where you can find somebody who's like, did you know that this is a complete and utter scam that's destroying people's lives? And you're just like, I feel so much better now. Wait, that's horrible. That's really horrible, but I just feel better now. He's amazing. And I feel awkward watching it, because he just put out a video about K-pop, and I'm just like, I don't know if I can watch this because I don't know anything about K-pop. Like, it's going to be a whole bunch of names that I have no idea who these people are. But his voice is going to be so soothing through the whole thing. Like, is he just my ASMR now? Like, is he just that thing I listen to calm down? Does his content even matter to me anymore? Like, this is having that weird soul-searching moment of,
just read me the phone book.
oh my goodness! Has anybody here seen the British comedy series Black Books?
No.
Okay, your writers, if you don't mind the Irish comedy of Dylan Moran, and you don't mind people saying the F word repeatedly, you have to hunt the show down. It used to be on Hulu. I don't know if it still is or not. That's where I watched it for the first time. It is about a man who owns a bookshop and accidentally meets Jesus one morning because he was overly stressed out, but he's not really Jesus. He's just a guy who accidentally choked on a copy of the Little Book of Calm, and it soaked into his soul, so he can't get stressed anymore. And he just looks like Jesus. And they decide to run the bookshop together because, of course, they do. And their crazy friend who owns a knickknack store next door that doesn't know what any of the stuff is that she sells. They're just stuff. They're just things. Like, she just comes over half the time. Like, we open the new box. What is this? And then they can prod it for like 20 minutes. It is sheer and utter insanity, and I love it so much. But there are so many weird literary jokes sprinkled throughout this series. Like, it was very obviously written by book nerds. Like, it's not just set in a bookstore. It is truly funny. It is hilarious. I can't remember the actor's name, but he was in The Upstart Crow. Have you seen that? I don't know if I'm the only one here that watches British comedies, but he played Shakespeare in The Upstart Crow. Yeah. It's a British comedy about Shakespeare called The Upstart Crow. If you like Shakespeare, you should hunt that down. That's on BritBox. I know for a fact that one's on BritBox because I have a BritBox subscription.
What is what's it called again?
Black Books.
Black Books.
It is really, really funny, and I absolutely love it. And I was making a Black Books joke. Like, I realized, like, who was it the other day? I think it was Abigail said something left a comment on one of my videos. Like, I love your sense of humor. And I'm like, I'm surprised anybody gets my jokes. Because half my jokes is just like quotes and allusions to other people that are funnier than me.
It's the best way to do it. Have them do the work.
Have you seen the show Vicious? I love that so much. I'm so sad it's over.
Tell the people. I'm sorry. I'm having a moment. My face is going to get red in the purple light, and it's going to look really scary. So,
so it's got who? Oh gosh, I can't think. Who plays Gandalf?
Sir Ian McKellen.
Yes, Sir Ian McKellen is in it, and now I have to look it up. Who else is in it?
I'm stuck on Brother Cadfael because he played Brother Cadfael, and I'm lost in name land because.
So basically, it's Derek Jacobi.
Yes, Derek Jacobi.
So they play this gay couple who have been together for like 50 years, but they have like this love-hate relationship with each other, and they're also just very vicious towards all their friends. And they've got like this group of friends, and they're all older, and so they make jokes about their age and that kind of stuff, and it's hilarious. It's a British TV show.
If you like Sir Ian McKellen at all, like, I actually found out about that show because I have Derek Jacobi I love Derek Jacobi, and the two of them together. Like, the only thing that would have been better is if they were in like a polyamorous group and Patrick Stewart was a part of it. That's the only thing that would have made that show any better, because it is sheer perfection, and adding more perfection is the only way that could have been made better. Because if you've never seen an interview of Sir Ian McKellen and Patrick Stewart together,
and there's like this. They have this neighbor who's like a younger guy, and they're both like madly in love with him, and he plays somebody in Game of Thrones. I can't remember what character he plays. But he's one of the bad guys, though, in Game of Thrones.
I've wiped most of Game of Thrones from my memory, not on purpose. I watched the last episode and went, "Have I seen this series?"
Maybe controversial, but I've never seen an episode.
Never seen it either.
I'm just going to say this.
I highly recommend it.
Stop before the last 3 seasons. The first, like, how many are there? 7, I think, in total? Seasons? For Game of Thrones?
Game of Thrones. I have no idea how many seasons there are.
The first couple, if you can get past the sexposition, which is the thing that I had the biggest problem with the show on, because I don't mind nudity. I grew up around nudists for a portion of my life, so naked people are just people to me. Like, if that's what floats your boat, more power to you. But they're just people without clothes on. I don't see the attraction. You know what I'm saying? Like, nudists will ruin nudity for you. I'm just saying. So I didn't have a problem with that, but it was just like every time they had an important plot point or any exposition, somebody would be having sex, either giving the exposition or literally framed over their shoulder. So if you got bored, you could just watch the sex until the exposition was over. They do that really bad in the first several seasons.
That's what I've heard.
And if you can get past that, like it had a lot of really good stuff. I really enjoyed it. And then I was like, they're making some very odd decisions here. And then the final season happened, and I was just like, and they're doing a prequel series that luckily Dan and Dave have nothing to do with. And they've been fired by Netflix, and they've been fired from Disney because they were going to be doing a Star Wars.
Oh, wow.
They'd been hired to do a Star Wars trilogy. They were going to do the next trilogy. And that Game of Thrones finale got them fired by Disney.
Wow.
Because how do you take the love of an audience and drive it flat into the ground?
Yeah.
Like, I could see how the characters could get where they were by the end of the series. Like, I'm not questioning that may have been how Gurr intended the books to end. But you can't have a character be like, I love everyone. Everyone is my friend. I am going to save the world, to I'm going to destroy everything for no reason.
Yeah.
You have to give me some character development between all sunshine and roses and daisies and the world is going to be saved and everybody's wonderful, to I am new Hitler and I will destroy all. That's not a switch in anybody's heads, y'all. Even Hitler was abused as a child and got made fun of for his entire life, and was never found people he could hang out with until he ran into some anti-Semites, and then went, I belong here, and honestly cared more about the belonging than he did about the anti-Semitism. Not giving an apology for Hitler, but he was an attention whore. Like, there are some interesting bios of him where you're just like, wow, if somebody would have just given him a hug, we might not have had the Second World War. Yikes. Be nice to people, y'all. You never know when you're making a Hitler. That's gonna be the tagline on my channel from now on. Be nice to each other, don't accidentally make a Hitler. But yeah, it like no character development, just everything's good. Destroy the world. Okay. And I'm supposed to be fine with this? Like, and it's not one character. It's every freaking character gets up to a point where you're like, wow, that's amazing. That's really nifty. And then the next episode, like, oh no, sorry. All that character development that we just spent like years going through. Nah.
Kevin.
So cute.
Yeah.
It's just like, really? Maybe. I'm just saying. I think a lot of our problems in the world would be a lot better if people would just give a hug. Like, just seriously. Give somebody a hug. You never know.
Mr. P!
Did your computer die? I saw your stream. You were having all kinds of problems. No, we're still here because I haven't let them go yet, because I'm an evil, wretched slave master who puts people on my streams and shuts their computers down so they can't get away. Which is why I try to tell people all the time, like, I just talk on these streams especially on like the chat stream. So like, if people have to come and go, more power to you. No hard feelings. I just don't want to be alone in my house right now because the cats and I are not getting along, and the dog. Don't get me started on the dog.
That's Sasha.
Yeah. I saw some of that and just went, I know where all my gremlins went. And I felt very sad for you. I was wondering where you were.
Had stuff to do.
Yeah, there's a lot of streams today. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy I found a deck of tarot cards that I can use. I want to know what happened to my favorite deck, though. I really want to know what happened to my favorite deck. It's in a box somewhere. I moved desks. Why did I do that? I don't know if you saw it when I showed. I'm not going to go through all the cards again, but I found my angel deck. But it's really pretty. Really pretty.
Mm-hmm.
So, yay. So, if nothing else, out of the stream, I had some good conversation, and I found out.
Heather says she, hi again. I came back and give Hitler a hug. What a time to pop back into the stream.
No, but I'm serious about that because you read about some of the like more monstrous people in history, and you're just like, why didn't somebody give you a hug? Like, I think about that about H.P. Lovecraft, just what we were talking about earlier. Like, I read his autobiography, like from in his own handwriting, and all I thought was, if your mama would have hugged you once, you might not have gotten some good horror stories, but you would probably not have done terrible things to your wife and your aunts. Because I don't know how much people know about his life story, but
Nothing.
I'm just going to say, because a lot of people feel this way, Sister Child was in the closet and didn't know it. Like, he had a panic attack on the night after his wedding and fled New York and went back to live with his aunts and lived in his aunt's attic for the rest of his life and never talked to another woman again other than his aunts. Sister Child, it's okay. It's okay. There's a lot of us. Like, he just needed somebody to come over and be like, it's okay, honey. It's okay. Not everybody's into everything. You're not a bad person. Because, Sister had issues.
It's not the monsters, it's the actual universal monsters. But I do enjoy the monsters. That was awesome. No, so I got The Mummy and Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein.
I love all the stuff that you have behind you. Like, I was so, like, I got so distracted. I think it was on the last video that you did because you were up against either a different part of the wall. Because I'm used to, when you're on here, seeing the Frankenstein and stuff. But one of your recent videos, it was different pictures.
Yeah.
And so
Probably
I was
making a mess.
Oh, wow. Wait, how do I make her full screen? If you're going to give a house tour, is there a way I can do that?
The Haunted Mansion stretching
There we
room.
go.
Oh, that's so cool.
Oh, wow.
The other side, Nosferatu.
Nosferatu.
Yeah.
Or luck.
So, yep.
I love
That is my living room.
Nice.
your decor. And I've learned how to make this Laura show, so entertain us now. It's all about the Laura. So if you click that little ghosty in the corner, it turns somebody solo. So you can do that, and Megan's in charge, or you do that, and Tess is in charge, or you do that, and I'm in charge, which means there's chaos, and I'm not the only one here, even when I'm alone, because the voices, they're always here. I love that. I would do that, but it's really simple. We've got my hubby's Moe's Tavern, because of course, and then our Star Wars posters.
Nice.
Because this is the house that Star Wars and Star Trek built. Like, quite literally, in so many ways.
I started reading fell off.
Oh, Frankenstein.
I love that book. I love that book. I love that book. I kind of want to go get something from my office. Do you mind if I go get something from my office?
No, go right
No, go
ahead.
ahead.
Okay, talk amongst yourselves.
So I've never read it before, so I started 2 nights ago.
You didn't have to read it in high school?
Yeah, really.
Oh.
I had to read it sophomore year in high school. What
Yeah.
part are you at so far?
Letter number 4. So, I think we're about to meet Dr. Frankenstein.
Well, Dr. Frankenstein is the narrator.
No. Not in the very beginning.
It's not Victor Frankenstein?
It's R. Walton
Oh.
writing to his sister
Oh.
about his expedition in the Antarctic.
Oh, okay.
The
I
Arctic.
forgot that part.
Yeah. So it's like, okay.
Cool.
Yeah, like some of these paragraphs are so long. It's
Wow.
like, holy cow. Need to work on that white space.
Yes.
Break it up a little.
It is hot in here.
My next craft book showed up today.
Ooh. The 13 Steps to Evil. You're going to have to, I can't wait for your review on it because I might need to get that book too. Except I don't have any villains in my stories. Well, the villains are like society and human nature and that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have an unwitting villain we don't even know about to the end.
Oh.
Like in my first book, I have a villain who is a secret. Like you're trying to find them the whole time. And then in my sci-fi, there's like secret societies that are evil. So I don't know if I'm gonna I have to figure out who the villains are, like who initiated the brainwashing, and like we have the doctor who did it, and we have these gods that are like on the other side of the wormholes that they're praying to, and it's like, are they compassionate or not? And it's like, which
This is for your current story, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, do I want to have a ton, like a human villain for each POV, or like one for two of them, and the other one is just dealing with the secret society as a whole? Like, it's so complicated.
Well, I can't wait to read it because it sounds so interesting. Your story that you've got so far.
Yeah. Thanks. Charlie!
Okay. Sorry about that. We just put new cat-proof locks on my office door to keep the cats out because they know what they did.
Just grow thumbs.
I just discovered that they are also Charlie-proof. It took a while for me to get into the office. The magnets are strong. This is one of my most prized possessions, and I promised if I did another chat with Charlie, I would show it. This is my picture of Kirk and Spock riding Puff the Magic Dragon.
Nice.
Nice.
You were showing off all your things, and I was like, oh crap, I promised people. And you know that one person's going to remember that promise and be like, you didn't show the picture. I forgot. I can figure out directions. But because I used to write KS/, and I got this from the artist based on having to say something really dirty that only a true fan would know. She had prints, and I was like, I will pay you for that. How much for that? And she was like, no, they're free, but at a cost.
Ooh.
What's the cost?
Your soul.
You have to tell me something dirty about Kirk and Spock that only a fan would know. And so I basically recited a slash that I had written about that took place during the episode Spock's Brain, because, you know, you have complete control over Spock's body. You know, Kirk, the doctor, might have a little bit of fun. And she laughed for a very long time, as kind of like Laura's doing right now.
That episode was just nuts.
And I got a free picture. And it has witnessed me write almost every book I've ever written because it stays over my desk in my office. But
In that episode, they basically drive Spock around like a robot
yeah,
to like go and get his brain.
it's so cute because Spock's like, look over there. In Honolulu, it's so magical. I'm like, yep. And I'm like, that's everything you need to know about me right there. Who is Charlie Dorset? Kirk and Spock writing Puff the Magic Dragon. That's all you need to know. There is if Star Trek took place in the land of Honolulu, you would find me. I would be a natural consequence of that. But I just remembered that I promised I would do that, and I can't remember who I promised it to, and I'm just like, I saw some people showed up. It might be one of them. I should get it out. So, based on the fact that the chat jumped, I'm assuming y'all did stuff while I was gone.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a few years in the making.
I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do with all my Potter stuff. I don't want to get rid of it. I'm not one of those people, but I don't like where it is, and I still have feels. So I don't rightly know what I'm going to end up doing. Because that's kind of the problem with fandoms. Like, I am giving away some of my Game of Thrones stuff, so I don't know how to do that because it seems like the meanest giveaway ever. Hi, would you like some stuff from a show that you probably don't like anymore either? Free. Give me your personal information so that I know stuff about you that you shouldn't give out to people on the internet, and I'll send it to you.
Just need your social.
Yes, in the name of your firstborn child. Because souls are always welcome for payment. At least that's what I was told. If that's not what I was supposed to be doing this whole time, I mean.
Don't know if I have a soul left to give you.
See, that's always why I don't mind selling mine, because I'm like, every time somebody, I'm going to assume jokingly, but given my life, comes up to me in public and asks if they can have my soul, which, yes, has happened on numerous occasions. I always say yes, and then the hubby comes over and sits down and goes, you know they can't have it because it's already mine. I know, but look at all the nice stuff I just got. Because that is my life. But, you know, Mr. P, we expect the randomness from you. Like, I blame my incessant use of the word y'all completely on you, because I had worked very hard in my mid-Atlantic accent to eradicate my southern tells like y'all and yunt to.
Ranch.
I got into a long conversation with somebody about that on Instagram the other day, because they asked for southern phrases that you just don't understand, and I was like, I'm from here, and we have a couple that if you're not paying close enough attention to the conversation, like shoulda do, like that's a word, and yes, okay, but if you're not paying attention, it's context specific. So if you don't know the context, it's basically we should do that. It's a contraction of we should do that. Shoulda do. Like, you hear people say it all the time. But if you're not paying very close attention, you might agree to do something that you did not agree to do. It is considered contractually binding by a lot of the folk around here. And if you're not paying attention to the context, then you have to, like, what do you mean? You Welshing out? No. I just didn't realize that that's what you all were going to do. No. Oh, you just weren't paying attention to the conversation. Well, no, I thought it was.
Yeah, the paragraphs in Frankenstein are a little daunting.
Yeah. I love that book. Like, yeah.
That paragraph itself is a monster.
Well, remember, this book, like, this is actually a really good book to read right now, because Mary wrote that book during the year without a summer.
Right.
and they were kind of trapped in their house and couldn't go out, and she had nothing better to do than to write a nice horror novel. Nothing we can identify with at all.
No, not at all.
I really want to write a book that takes place in the year without a summer, but I haven't found an excuse that doesn't feel hokey for the year without a summer to happen, like a nice horror story or urban fantasy story. But every time I come up with an excuse for the year without a summer, it's like
volcanoes.
I know the real reason. I know the real reason, but okay.
Magical volcano.
Maybe you missed my conversation earlier. I have decided to opt out of reality because reality sucks.
Okay.
The entire world exists in my headcanon, and I'm trying to keep my headcanon consistent enough with the laws of physics and reality that I don't accidentally die. Because, you can only throw yourself at the ground and miss so many times before you realize you can't fly. But, I'm just done with real right now. I'm just done with it. Like, I watch the news, I know what's going on, but in my own head, I'm going to live in a happier world. It's easier to think that Cthulhu's out there than some of the stuff that's actually going on. Y'all is one of my favorite words. Y'all and yuns. Yuns I love. Because yuns is only used for friends and people that you like. Yuns want to, Yuns going to do the thing tonight. I mean, yuns is the most underrated Southern word that most people that are not from the region have probably never heard.
Yeah, I've never heard it.
Because it actually comes from Scots English, which is a dialect of English, and they're proper words. Y'all is when you're talking about a group that you're generally a part of, but still wanting to use the second person. Yuns is when you're talking about a group that you're not a part of, and you're addressing them in plural. And a lot of Scots-Irish people settled in this region, which is why a lot of our colloquialisms people think are Southern affectations, but they're not. They're from a sister language to English.
Oh.
And if you don't know what Scots English is, look it up. There are videos on YouTube of people reading in Scots, and it will make your brain feel funny. Because it is one of the only actively spoken dialects of the English language that is actively in use still to this day. And most of it, and you can follow most of it, but the vocabulary isn't exactly the same, and the pronunciation is very different. It's split from what they call Southern English. It's what they refer to our language as, in about the 1400s.
Oh.
And so it is it's very similar and very different. There are poems and stuff that you can find on YouTube. And there's a wonderful lecture series that I showed my the hubby when I was first getting into this, where the entire lecture is in Scots, but you can pretty much follow along with it. And anytime he uses a specific Scots phrase or word that he doesn't think people will be able to figure out, he does explain it. But I know from a few linguist friends of mine, it's like if you speak Portuguese or Spanish, hearing the other one.
Oh, yeah.
They're similar. You can kind of, you almost figure it out, they're still close enough languages, but oh, see, you got the police called on you for that one.
I'm in Toronto. It's the sound of the city. My windows are closed, and I'm on the 11th floor, and it's still that loud.
Wow.
I can only imagine what that's like on the ground floor.
I hope you have an elevator, because having to walk up that many flights of stairs would be killer.
Do you know how often they're actually in service?
Sounds like my place. We got 8 floors, and the elevators work very inconsistently.
Oh gosh, that would be a nightmare for
A couple
me.
times they've both been broken at one time, and I'm stuck wherever I'm at because I can't walk stairs. So I've been stuck downstairs. I've been stuck upstairs. No walking.
Oh, wow.
I'm on the 6th floor. So
I'm just trying to read chapter 1 and it's still just blowing my mind.
I grew up on Roald Dahl, like that. My sister bought me all kinds of books when I was a kid, and a lot of books I should not have read as a kid. Like looking back on, like my life as an adult, going, "Oh, now I know where my eccentricities came from."
My favorite cookbook as a kid was a cookbook of Roald Dahl's recipes. So they have a recipe for Mr. Foot's beard. It's basically a charcuterie board for kids with pretzel hair, and like you put olives and stuff stuck in his beard. Oh my gosh,
it's cute.
amazing! And you can make lickable wallpaper from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Oh my goodness!
It was the best cookbook ever. You would do sugar dipped ends of your pencils so you can suck on them in class.
I did that for one of my class projects. It was so much fun. I have that cookbook too.
See, I almost made my favorite. Okay, let me preface this with, I am not an alcoholic. I very rarely drink, but when I actually want to feel something, I have to drink a lot because my body just goes alcohol. Which is why I wanted the performance art of drinking, and I'm drinking cider because it's technically alcohol, but I'm not going to get messed up and do something on video that I will regret later. And I almost made myself some James and the Giant Peach because that is my beverage of choice, and I thought better of it because, yeah, it makes sense that I would know linguists, doesn't it? I know a lot of everybody. I know several JPL scientists too. One of which plays a mean guitar. The English language is phenomenal in its, like, one of the people who made me who I am was my I had him 3 times for various classes. I remember when this was. So I think it was when I was in 9th grade. I had Mr. McDonough for the first time for English. And he found out that I really liked fantasy books and that I was reading Tolkien at the time. And he brought in a copy of, and he will hit me in the head for saying it this way, but nobody knows the name of the book if I don't say it this way. He brought in a copy of Le Morte d'Arthur in the original language. And gave it to me to read. In the script with all the thorns and thistles remaining, and I thought that was amazing. And then he gave me a copy of the Canterbury Tales in the original to read. And that one was a bit more of a struggle. But after he taught me how to pronounce it, if you read it aloud, you could figure out the English. And I fell in love with language, like head over heels in love with language. Because we have this thought that language is something permanent, which you'd think anybody that studied Shakespeare in high school would no longer have. Because, like, just from Shakespeare's time to now, English has changed so much. But it was so magical reading Old English. And I think that's one of the reasons why in my whip, all of the spells are in Old English. Because everybody uses Latin. And I wanted to do something different. And I love Old English because it makes your brain burn because you see the letters and you have just a moment of where you think you recognize the words and then you realize that's either a really bad typo or I don't know what that word is.
With Shakespeare, for me, when it's performed, I understand it a lot better, like faster.
Yeah. Shakespeare is definitely a lot better heard than just read on your own, which is, I think, where I was able to fall in love with it. Because when we read Shakespeare in school, I need to preface this by saying I went to a magnet school that was an art school. So we were all either in the drama department, the art department, the language department, the photography department, or the dance department. But we had to take regular classes too because Maryland law. So our teachers made us perform Shakespeare. And they traded off throughout the class who read what part. So everybody had to read a part of it out loud. And so my first experience with Shakespeare was aloud. And it's so much easier to understand that way. And teachers should definitely do that. But yes, all of the Celtic languages, I am overly obsessed with Welsh, which I don't know why. I have no connections to the Welsh whatsoever. Trust me, I've been looking at my family tree desperately trying to find some. I'm obsessed with the Welsh language. Irish is on my list after Japanese. Probably. I want to learn Hindi, so I'm probably going to do Japanese, then Hindi, then Irish, but we'll see if I can ever finish learning Japanese. Kanji. Kanji is hard. Kanji is hard. But yeah, I think everybody should know multiple languages if possible, because they're a lot of fun, and you can sit and talk with your friends in German, and nobody knows what you're saying, except for that random German person who walks by and becomes your best friend, because they're like, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe you said that about them. You're a catty bitch." Yes. Welcome to the club. Come join us. Yes, it's not sunshine and roses over here. So I guess before we end this, I'm just going to ask one weird random question to the gathered throng. If you were a tarot deck that somebody desperately wanted to find, where would you hide? I've looked in every box that was in my luggage, that was on my desk. Not in them. I've looked on every shelf, every desk, every surface. I've looked in all of the stuff that we took on the trip with us last year in case I left it in there, because I knew I didn't, but I know now I didn't.
I found that it's always the last place you would expect it to be. The very last place. There's just no way it could be there.
No way.
That's where it's at.
That's my fear, because I'm thinking I know where it is, and that means I need to call Oma tomorrow and be like, "Can you look in your dining room in that one cabinet? Because I think I put them there when I had them over at your house a couple months ago and forgot to bring them home."
Ooh.
The very last place you could possibly expect them to be.
I have, like, it's that horrible thing that has been happening to me lately where I feel like I'm losing my mind, where because every day has been so samey, I have memories, but I can't sort out, like, was that today or yesterday? Or was that a week ago? Like, I don't know, because once summer happened and it just became hot, like, nice thing around here is, fall, winter, temperature changes like a lot. So you can remember, was it the hot day? Okay, it was the hot day. That was last week. Was it the cold day? That was the week before last. There's time markers that you can plug into things. Summer is just hot and miserable. So I don't have time markers. And I think I had it since then. I swear I had it. I feel like it's hiding. I feel like I did something to offend the sprites and spirits in the house. Because I will say, anybody who thinks I'm joking about this stuff, this is how real my thing is. I use these little notebooks, these little legal pads for everything. And I told the hubby that we needed to put something out for the wee folk, because I couldn't find my new ones anywhere. And I knew I had a whole thing. So we put some stuff out for the wee folk. The next day I came in, this was sitting on top of my stuff in my desk.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying, but I'm saying, because my sister made fun of the wee folk, and let's just say okay, I'm Catholic, y'all. I don't know. Well, I used to be Catholic. I'm not technically Catholic anymore, and they know what they did. Uh, actually, one bishop in particular knows what he did. So there are holy cards throughout my house that people keep sending me. And she made fun of the wee folk, and one of the holy cards in the middle of the hallway where there's nothing for it to fall out of fell and hit her right in the top of the head when she made fun of the wee folk in my house. And I'm just like, I don't think that I'm crazy, that I'm the crazy sibling in the family, and I might be, but my crazy is so strong it just hits you in the head with the holy card. So, you at least when you're in my house have to take my crazy seriously, because you just got whacked in the face by a holy card. All right.
Well, I would say check your freezer.
That was one of the first places I looked, because the last thing I lost was in the freezer.
That's why I said earlier the refrigerator, because that's where I find things that shouldn't be. Just shouldn't be. The other thing is something like I would check that box again tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Because I have found things that I have looked 5 times and swore it wasn't there, and the next time I look, it's there.
See, I didn't even go through half of this, but I have an obsession with playing cards. So the other things that are in here are decks. People, when they find old playing cards, buy me. I have like 20 decks of old playing cards from all over the place. Because if people come to the flea market, like these are really cool, because these were given out on airplanes back in the day, like in the 50s and 60s. Nice. And they're really hard to find. Like, I don't collect them because I'm like one of those people that like, I have to have them all. It's just, I love cards, y'all. I just like cards, and people know I like cards, and when they know you like stuff, they're like, I don't know. I was at a flea market. It was $2. Here you go.
I would check under the bed, because if you store anything under there, that's where I find all my things that need to be found.
I'm living in terror that the cats found it, because it was in a black crushed velvet bag.
Ooh.
Oh, they could stick their claws in it if they have them and drag it somewhere.
Okay.
Everywhere. Very small.
Y'all know I have.
Uh-oh.
She froze.
Charlie's frozen.
She froze.
That was too much for YouTube. Sorry, Kevin. I didn't mean to show my neck pillow. I didn't realize that was obscene. Anyway, big neck pillow. This is probably twice the size of my cat's that I keep tucked away in a corner over here so that, it doesn't fall and get into things. I came into the living room the other day, and one of the cats found the little rubber string on the back of it and was running through the house, throwing it, and then running after it, pouncing on it for a little bit, grabbing that rubber string again, and throwing it back the other way, because we got wood floors and things slide. So if this thing that's like twice their size you can get down and play with a deck of cards, it's like this size in a crushed velvet bag, Lord knows where it might be in this house if they found
exactly. A nice small little place that can shove it under.
Oh my goodness.
Under the couch.
Before we go, because it's just about time for that, I think, I just wanted to say thank you all for being here and keeping me from being lonely, because I had fun, and I've been promising to do these, and I will probably make them more scheduled and more like programmed out in the future. It was just, I was on a stream and somebody was like, are you ever going to do a chat with Charlie? And I was like, sure, this weekend, be there. Are you satisfied? Did you get what you wanted? Because I would actually like to do this. I've been joking around about doing it kind of like a regular chat, like an old school chat show where you're like, and today we're bringing on our next guest, but kind of a thing, so that people can spotlight their work and what they're working on and just like have fun. I don't know. there will be more organization in my future, because it's the thing I'm going to have to do if I'm going to be doing a daily podcast, YouTube channel, all the streams that I'm doing, plus my writing on 3 different projects that I'm currently working on right now, and my life, y'all.
Yeah.
But I'm just happy to be here. Like I put up my AMA question thing the other day, and I'm going to put it up for the next couple days to get questions for the 100 subscriber AMA thing, because I've been told by many people that I need to do that, and so I'm going to do that. And some of the questions y'all are asking are making me blush in the good ways. So y'all are too nice, way too nice to me. But so I guess I just want to say, if anybody's still listening, because I see that there are some people still here, if you have any questions for the AMA, definitely let me know. If anybody tried to get into the Discord, it works now.
Yes.
I don't know how I broke it, but I broke it. It's fixed now. Oh, Lordy. Like, I didn't know it was broken. That's the saddest thing about this whole thing. I did not know it was broken. I've been in there just posting stuff for like 6 months. Like, I guess nobody cares about me. Nobody cares. Like, having my own little sad sack thing until Abigail was like, oh, you haven't posted in your Discord. And I'm like, I post in there like every day. No, I'm in Discord. You've never posted anything. No. And we were streaming, and she pulled up her screen and put it on camera. It was like, look, there is nothing there. Oh. Somehow I hit the switch that meant other people could join, but only I could see anything. I didn't know that there was a switch that did that, but there is. So if you have a Discord and you feel very lonely in there, you might not be alone. They're trying to talk to you that you've locked out so that they can't. The more you know. Like, that's what I should do for my second channel. Okay, I just did something really dumb tech-wise, and here's how you can keep from making my mistake. I've been doing it enough lately. I would not run out of video ideas for a while. But anyway, it's working. The new invite code is in the thingy. I need to add Laura. I don't think you're on my list. I finally remembered to add friends of the channel to the description thingy and to the auto description thingy.
Sweet.
But I think I can't remember if I remembered. I can't remember if I remembered to remember you.
Oh no.
I loaded up my Bitly. So if I didn't make a Bitly link for you, that's the only reason you're not in there. Because if I've never made a Bitly link for you, I just loaded up my Bitly. I was like, okay, there's Megan, there's Tessa, there's Stephanie, there's Julie. So you might not be on there. I need to fix that, because you're definitely a friend of the channel. And
Oh, thank you.
And apparently, by the way, I broke my YouTube. So hopefully, if my channel gets wonky, I'm talking with them. Okay, so last thing, because there always has to be a super last thing, right? So when you hit 100 subscribers, you can change your name, your account name. You can do it once, I think, every 3 months. And my if you actually go to my channel, it puts my dead name up on the thing, and I would rather it not do that. And since I hit 100 subscribers, I can change my name now. So I went to load the thing to change my name, and it thinks it's already been done, because if you remember, I got into the thing that if you wanted a short URL, you could do it like a long time ago. So it thinks I've already done it, and it won't let me. It won't change it.
Oh,
It's already done. Whoopsie. Weird things you learn. So it's what's a good thing that I've been able, before I was at 100, to be like, go to youtube.com/CE Dorset, because I grabbed the short URL when they made that a thing like a decade ago. But now I can't actually, it thinks that that's my channel name already, but it's
that's
not.
weird.
I
So-
changed my name when I created the pen name, but like it can only make it a first and a last name. Didn't care what it was, as long as Google accepts it.
Yeah, anybody
fine.
can. anybody can do that, but what I'm talking about is the actual URL, the
Or
address.
actually change it to a business name or something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Once you hit 100 subs, it's one of the first, like, you made it, kid, gifts that YouTube gives you is now you can actually change your URL so that the actual thing, the youtube.com/ that people
instead of a bunch of letters and numbers, it's your
it still says Eric Dorset, but if you go into the control panel, it says CE Dorset. So the control panel has the right name. The YouTube channel does not. So if my channel gets wonky, it's because I'm like going, can I please like actually do this? But it's YouTube, so no one will probably ever see my ticket and ever respond to it. So it'll probably never happen. But I was excited. I was like, oh yay, I can finally fix that. And no. Because what's the Discord? We can make a special pineapple channel for you in the Discord if you want, Mr. P. I will definitely create a dedicated pineapple channel. And I'm sure I've got a friend who can give me a script that I can put in there that will just automatically add a pineapple emoji before and after everything that somebody says in there.
That's funny.
Okay, so I don't know if you're being facetious or not, so be careful joking with me, Mr. P. Discord is a chat server that people can go into and have community. I started mine, which is called the House of the Blue Dragon, quite a long time ago, and then wondered why nobody loved me, and then realized it's because I'm an idiot who told people not to love me. So it's basically a chat server. I have not turned on the video rooms or the audio rooms yet because it took me forever to get the text rooms working. One thing at a day at a time, sweet Jesus. One day at a time. We'll get there. We'll get there. But it's a place to hang out, to have fun. I've been sharing. I deleted everything out of the general chat, the main chat, because it was just a lot of sad, like, hi, everybody, like to a dead room for months. So I cleaned all that out. But I've been posting, like, all of the stories that I've written are posted in there. All of the world building stuff's posted in there. There's a channel to talk about the episodes of the podcast in there. And it's free unless you want to pay for it. I actually, before AuthorTube, and I still do this even with AuthorTube, I have Discord always open, either on my phone or the laptop, and I'm chatting in Discords while I'm watching streams and working, because it's how I stay safe. Because I grew up with, I remember when AIM was what everybody used on the internet, and then what was it?
Oh yeah,
AIM to ICQ to Yahoo Chat to. I'm used to having a chat client open on the side when I work, so I'm in a Discord chatting all the time with people, and I thought it would be fun to try to have one of my own.
Trying to join it right now.
Which only works if you do things right. Which is really sad because it's actually one of the Patreon perks is you get access to special rooms, and now I got to figure out how I'm going to test those to see if they're working right. Because I'm wondering if that's when it got messed up, is when I connected it to the Patreon. Because there is a patrons only channel, because there are people that give me money and I don't understand that, but I love you. You're holy and blessed and in my prayers every day because you're special in a great way to me, because I thank you. But, I thought, like, then a lot of people were doing that, and it was an easy integration. And I'm wondering if when I did the integration, if it just set everything to private except for patrons or something. But so far, none of the people that have signed up for the Patreon have even tried to sign in over there. So, because I can see who uses the invite links, because they get a special invite link generated, and they have never used them. So nobody actually cares about it as a perk. So if it was broken, at least I didn't disappoint people. Yay for not being an utter failure. I miss AIM too. I really do. Like, I remember, I don't know when it was. It feels like years ago, but time in 2020, everything feels like years ago, doesn't it? It's really distorting my perception of time. But when
It was a long time ago, AIM. Gosh, I haven't touched.
I'm just
That
saying,
was a long time ago.
when I first found out about Discord, I was like, so they actually explained it to me that way because it's one of the younger friends of mine who like treats me like their grandpa, which is like funny because like you're 20, I'm 40. Like I'm maybe old enough to be I'm old enough to be your parent, not your grandparent. You got the generations confused there. But that's actually how they explained it to me. They were like, it's like AIM, but new. I was like, that's insulting, but yes, please. How do that? Because, oh yeah, AIM was always on some chat thing in the back. I've not heard of so the Yahoo one. Yeah, well, a lot of my first work was in tech, designing web pages. In one of my former lives, I used to do web pages when you had to write the HTML by hand because there were no WYSIWYGs or any other kinds of editors.
That's what I was telling you about earlier. That's what my daughter and I did. We didn't have those. What you see is what you get editors now. We had to hand code everything.
I remember writing my own CGI scripts for the CGI bin so it could do magic things like let somebody send you an email from your webpage, which took very special magic code that broke at the drop of a hat because somebody would update the Apache server and not tell you that they were going to do that. And there was a known bug with the coding language that you use, but why would you need to know that? You could figure that out eventually when the hate mail arrives, right?
Exactly.
The early years of the internet. But yeah, I'm oldie on the internet. My first time I was ever on the internet was I think in '92.
Oh wow, the year I was born.
I can go back to the '80s. My first computer didn't have a hard drive. You typed everything in. If you wanted to play a game, you typed all the code in to play that very basic little game. And one mistake, it didn't work.
My first computer had a magnetic tape reel.
Because we started with the Apple IIc, and there was none of that.
You were special. My family couldn't afford an Apple II. I started on a Tandy color computer.
Okay, well, we started on an Apple IIc.
Tandy 480 color computer. It was fancy. You could actually put color pictures on your TV, y'all, if you knew how to code it right. You had to write the code by hand. It had a cassette deck player with special magnetic tape in it that you had to type the code in, hit a button to save to tape, hit record slightly before and hit stop slightly after, then write down the time code for the start and the stops. You knew where it was saved on the tape. And then when you wanted to put that program back on your computer, you had to plug it back in, play exactly at the right time code to the right time code. You had to stop it so you didn't accidentally put part of another program in there and make it all messed up and start again. Oh yeah.
One little typo would set that thing from
and it was all over. Yep.
Oh wow.
I remember those days. I remember feeling fancy because our screen wasn't green and like off green gray. The screen could actually be kind of white with shades of 4 or 5 colors. That was a fancy computer back then in them days. I remember the first computer I got had a 7 megabyte hard drive in it. The first one I ever bought for myself had a 7 megabyte hard drive. Wow. And I thought to myself, good Lord, I'm never going to fill that up. Like, that's huge. Who would ever need that much space? Files were big files were kilobytes back then. Ain't nobody putting music or videos or pictures on a computer. Everything was text files. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I remember.
Type everything at the command prompt.
And then you had the problem that your computer at home ran DOS and the one that at work ran Unix. And so you had to know the commands for both of them because none of them had a UI that you could use with the mouse. So you had to remember all the codes yourself, and they were different. And sometimes they were the same words, but did very different things on different systems. So if you got them confused, you could really do some damage.
Do some damage, man.
When in 95, I got a job managing at a Baby Depot. No, it wasn't 95. It was 97. I got a job managing at a Baby Depot, and they specifically hired me because I slipped up when they were giving me the tour during the interview and went, "Oh wow, that's a Unix computer." Because I was surprised that they still had one there, and they hired me specifically because they wanted me to debug their system to make it work better. They didn't tell me that when I got the job, and I wouldn't have taken it if I knew. Yeah, I remember the Commodore 64. I have fond memories. The Amiga, the computer that everyone forgets existed. The Amiga had some really neat stuff for it back in the days. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was a nightmare, Mr. P. It was a nightmare. Like, you wonder why you watch old movies and they're like, the computer is so difficult to use. We need to call a specialist. And like nowadays, kids watch that and they're like, what? It's just a mouse. Like, no. No. Like, the second programming language I learned how to use still used punch cards.
Oh, wow.
Mom learned coding on punch cards back in college.
That is not your friend. That is not your friend. If those punches don't go all the way through just right, or if, God help you, somebody trips you and you drop the box.
Oh.
Laura knows what I'm talking about. I saw that look of recognition of either that happened to you or somebody you know.
My mother.
I saw the look of unholy horror because there's nothing you can do. You just have to throw it all away and start again from one. Like, if you're extremely lucky, you might be able to figure out what order they should have been in, but it would probably be easier to just start all over again.
Oh, wow.
Living nightmare. So yeah, Mr. P, be happy. Like, I it's the one thing that makes me feel so old is when I pick up my phone and just think, like, I used to spend thousands of dollars on gigantic computers that couldn't do anything that this waffle thin piece of glass does in my pocket now. And it makes me think of, this is a good note to end things on. It makes me think of something my poppy once told me. We were sitting there. This is where I get to I should bring out my full Southern drawl on this because this is a Southern story. We were sitting out on the front of the house on the swing under the maple tree. And my 102-year-old great-grandfather looked at me and said, "Kid, I've seen everything. When I was a boy, everything was horse and buggies. I've seen the first automobile go through town. I've seen airplanes take to the sky. I can only imagine what you're going to... And now they've walked on the moon. I can only imagine the things you're going to see." And I think about that all the time, like what Poppy would think of the world. Not the state of the world now, because he'd be really angry because he was a fire and brimstone missionary Baptist preacher. And he'd be in jail right now yelling at some people in power, y'all. But it just would be astounded. Like the 4K TV would just blow him away. I remember him talking about the first time he ever heard a radio, So that's a good note to end on, I think. Be thankful for what you have and just be excited for what's coming in the future, because will pass. This dark cloud that's hanging over us, it will eventually go away, because they always do. It may not feel like it, but they always go away. And there is light in the end. So let's do this in reverse order of joining the stream to say our goodbyes. So, Miss Laura, say goodbye to the nice people.
Adios.
Do you have anything?
Please go check it out. But Charlie is awesome. Thank you for having me.
I doubt that, but I have issues, as y'all know. And
My
Miss
pants
Meg.
got on fire. I was not lying. You were awesome.
So, Ms. Megan.
Hi, I'm Megan. I have a YouTube channel. It's Megan McCarthy. If you guys want to check it out, I post videos of my progress on my current work in progress. Other than that, yeah.
And Miss Tessa.
Hi, I'm Tessa Dean. I have a channel under Tessa Dean. I am currently writing a thriller, and I have enjoyed being here with Charlie and the rest of you.
She is one of the fastest writers around, y'all. And an inspiration to us all. May we all, in her presence, whisper of a dream of being able to write with the alacrity of Tessa Dean. All right. I hope you all had a good time. I hope you had the fun.
Yes.
I am probably going to be doing this more regularly because, I don't know, I like streaming and it's fun and I don't care. See earlier, if you missed the earlier part of this, I'm at a place where I just don't care anymore. I'm just having fun because life is too short to be caged in by fear. And I'm done with it. Alrighty. My name's Charlie. I write under the name of C.E. Dorset, and I do a bunch of stuff. Please don't buy my books. They're going to be free at the end of the month, but some of you are naughty. And I know it's some of you because I'm not putting ads out. And if you don't put ads out, ain't nobody buying your book on Amazon. I don't know who it is, but I will find you. Thank you. It's very kind, but they're going to be free because they're from a prior life, and I do not feel that they represent me well anymore. So I'm not ashamed of them, but they're going to get some touch-ups. Anywho, until next time, remember, nothing's changed. Black lives matter. Black trans lives matter. Working together, we can change the world. I've seen it happen. I didn't think this would ever happen. Okay? We can change the world. We just need to stick together and fight the good fight. Until next time, have fun, y'all. Bye.
Bye.